So the next panel we have is called The Power of Team Building. How do we make business? How do we sell more if we do it in teams, not just by yourself? And just give me 1 second while we get the microphones and everything set up, and I'll introduce you to the panelists. Mr. Joe, you look nice. Let me see. Yes, you can.
Hey, Jackie, good morning. Good meeting you, Robert.
Jackie. Nice to meet you, Stan. I'm going to go sit in the corner.
All right, some technical issues here, but we're good. Yeah, you can have a seat. Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce the speakers of this panel, the members of this panel right now. And first person I'm going to introduce is Mr. Robert Barcelo. He's the Senior Business Development Manager of Port Everglades. Mr. Barcelo.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Then we have Mr. Joseph Bladnick, Sales Executive of ADP. Mr. Bladnick, there you go. Mr. Stan Bostic, National Director of Communications and VIP Program, and Rick Case. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the advertising on social media. And last but not least, Mrs. Jacqueline Chirino Sardui, Operations Manager of Identity Security and Investigations, Inc. Welcome.
Good morning.
And I'm going to welcome Professor Stephanie Cates to moderate this panel, so you can get rid of me now. Welcome, Professor.
Good morning. Buenos dias. Bonjour. Whatever other languages, I don't know them. My name is Stephanie Cates, and I am co-mediator on the Entrepreneurial Hour and with Robert Galtz. And one of the things that we wanted to talk about, and we find that we have an issue with, is that you might have a great idea, and then you're stuck building a team. And team is not just the team of your business, people you hire. It may not be your leadership team. It may be the team you work with vendors, or the team you build with customers, your clients. How do you build those teams? And right in this panel, we have pulled some people that have done an excellent job in doing just that. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Stan and kind of let him talk to you. Stan, would you talk to us about how Rick Case Honda builds a team internally?
Internally, our teams are very diversified. There's a number of disciplines. I think Collective Ventures and Brian pointed out a number of areas which they do in their company, which basically take our organization and break it down in those specific disciplines. And when you do that, there's so much talent, individual talent, that you try to interdependently and collectively pool those resources together. We have 16 dealerships in 3 states. We just went through an organizational change of consolidation in our accounting department. You can imagine with 16 dealerships, each one has its own accounting department with its various disciplines internally. So we had to take all of those and try to bring them into one area. And without a solid network of teamwork with all those areas, we'd have tremendous failure. So it's leadership from the top, but development from the bottom, and we allow our individuals in our disciplines to interdependently and collectively put those programs together and make it very efficient and effective for our total organization.
Great, thank you very much. So, I'm sorry, I just forgot your first name. Mr. Bladnick, what's your first name?
Joseph.
Joseph.
Well,
I was gonna,
my wife calls me Joseph. She's here, so I had to say that. It's
Okay.
usually Joe, but my wife calls me.
Hi, Joe. Joe, would you please talk about how you're in sales, am I
Yep.
correct? So tell people just briefly what you do, and then how do you build a sales team, which is hugely important for a successful business.
Sure. So I work for ADP. We're mostly known for payroll, but we're really focused right now into the leadership development, helping companies really turn to the next page, become better stewards of leadership for their companies, because there's a lot of socioeconomic changes that are happening right now, and it's causing a couple things, right? So first thing is that, thankfully, our country right now has a very low unemployment rate. So that means that there's not a lot of people out there looking for jobs. Most people do have jobs. So you heard the term the talent war. The talent war now is not how can I go out and get better people to fill my company, because there's not that many people out there to get. The real talent war now is how do I make the best out of the people that I have? How can I have them stay with me? How can I get them productive? How do I get them engaged? How do I have them stay with me and create the best organization I can? So when this talent war shifted within the last few years, the number one opportunity that companies felt to improve on was leadership and building teams. And when we did more research, we found that the most under-resourced, under-trained person in most organizations was the direct leader, right? So you heard the old adage, I quit my boss, not my job. So, it's very, very true. So, the focusing on leader development, building good teams, and the way you build teams is different as well. So we have the generations moving forward, right? So now in 2 years from now, half of the workforce is going to be millennial. They have definitely the way they like to be managed, provided feedback, critiqued is completely different than the generations before. You also have Gen Z coming in. So this has caused an issue for businesses, right? So leaders have to learn how to manage better. You have to learn how to manage the millennial generation and the Gen Z generation. And for instance, when we talk about building teams, it's all based on strengths. Before it was, okay, let me sit you down and let's talk about all the weaknesses that you have. Well, that's gone. People will leave your organization. Millennials, this generation likes to hear positive feedback, ongoing. Those of you probably remember we had like the 90-day performance review, and we had to sit down like every 6 months and talk to our manager. Like those are gone. Companies are getting rid of those because millennials just don't like that. There's the fight or flight. Little comments like, can I give you some feedback versus can I provide you a little coaching can really deter the engagement of that particular employee. So again, everything's right now when you start building teams, when you have a team, whether it's internally or you're trying to build, you got to really focus on people's strengths. You got to understand generationally where they're coming from, and put processes in place to help that.
Very good. Sir, can you introduce yourself and also talk about how your internal teams are working?
Oh, good morning, and thank you for the sir thing. My name is Robert Barcelo. I am the Senior Business Development Manager for Port Everglades, one of the gems, if not the gem, I'm biased, in Broward County. Team building for us deals with the world, literally. Port Everglades deals with 100 countries in the world. So for us, the concept of team building has to go beyond what we do at the port, certainly what we do at Broward, and regionally. I personally, myself, travel quite intensively, building these teams, marketing. I call it preaching the Port Everglades gospel. As a matter of fact, Sunday I'm leaving for Bogota. to speak at a panel for FITAC, which is an association of logistics operators in Colombia. We have to build a team through communication. It is amazing to me, speaking of Generation P, Z, X, Y, and all these stickers that we put, exactly, MIK, AEY, MOUSC. It's amazing to me, right? It's amazing to me we've got so many gadgets available to us, so many apparatus to communicate, but we don't. It's often wondered, why is there? I don't know, to be honest with you, but I think communication is key to have successful team building. I personally communicate with over 7,000 people daily through a series of emails. If you want to be included in those emails, let me know. Let me have your email, and you'll gladly get information from me. I personally curate information with international commerce, something that Broward is very, very much involved in. Miramar also. But again, going back to the team building, keeping people engaged. I think that's one of the key things that we have to do, and letting them know what's wrong, what's going on. International commerce is extremely fluid. What was good yesterday is not good today. What is needed tomorrow is not what's going to be needed the following week. So for us, communication and identifying what these necessities are key and centered to everything that we do.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Jackie, so you've heard ADP, a very large company, of course, Rick Case, Honda, couple of states, 16 locations, Port Everglades, huge. And then we have our female-owned business, grown right here in South Florida. And so Jackie is going to bring the small business perspective to trying to build. How old is your business, Jackie?
6 years.
So a 6-year-old business, and how you've developed, and tell people what kind of business you have, and then how you've built internal teams, please.
So my name's Jackie Sardoui, and my husband and I own Indemnity Security Investigations. We're a security company. My husband started off on his own 6 years ago. I just came on board 2 years ago. I come from a freight forwarding and logistics background. But to help my family grow and my husband grow, I've decided to help him grow the business and manage it. So I manage Indemnity Security Investigations. We have offices in Doral, and we have one here in Broward County. We're right on Miramar. So I manage Indemnity Security. We are a security company, and it's a little bit different from you guys because we are a smaller business. So my concept and how I help build my teams is we have a lot of different job sites. So we help do security for hotels, construction sites, hospitality, emergency response, fire watch, galas, special events. We do all sorts of different types of security. And it's our personnel, it's actual people. And how I like to separate our company from other security companies is that we provide customer service. We hire quality top guards that have the customer service. I have a huge pet peeve with manners, so my guards better have good manners. And you won't just see a guard standing there and just, pass by. He will greet you and say hi, hello, and how can I help you, and let you know who he is if you need that. So along with that, we have to develop teams. And it's a recruiting process. And it's finding people that are going to share my vision and see my vision and going to help us grow. We're trying to build a dream team. So we're networking, meeting people, getting a strong group of individuals to work together with us to help us grow. And it's all about, like you mentioned, communication. Communicating with everybody, letting them know what the goals are, what you're doing. Information is key. Not only just sending emails and text messaging, you need to call and follow up and make sure that the information is being passed down. So in security, we use a chain of command. So in chain of command, our employees commute to our supervisors. Each employee has an assigned supervisor. Each job site has an assigned supervisor. Each client has one person that they're being directed to. So they're not calling this person and getting, transferred over to this one or that one. It's individualized. And like I mentioned, just speaking to your peers and your team members, making them feel part of the team, pulling yourself away from the leadership role. I involve myself. I am a coworker just like you. I don't make myself the leader, but I make sure that the manager's doing what they need to do, the supervisors are reporting, because everybody works together in an organization. Everybody has to be a team. Everybody has to collaborate, and everybody has to report to one another. So again, just building a team it's trust, unity, finding the right people that are going to share your vision and work with you and be on your side, and being honest and having that trust in your company.
Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah.
That's pretty inspiring. Small businesses, you get that luxury. I'm sure that some of the larger businesses here, you don't quite get to hand pick and choose like Jackie does for her business. It's nice to, but let me change it up a little bit and ask the following question. I think you've all heard Ralph Waldo Emerson's saying that says, "Speed of the pack, speed of the leader." And I believe that teamwork starts with a good team of leadership. So starting, if you don't mind, with Joe, would you mind talking to me a little bit about the leadership that you, I'm going to ask you specifically, the leadership that you show for your team of people.
Okay.
I know that you're a huge company,
Right.
but what do you do?
Sure. So, and you're absolutely right. We're a big company made up of a bunch of teams. And when you look at successful teams versus non-successful teams, it'll absolutely come down to the leader. My wife's gonna kill me for saying this, but there's a video I watch frequently in the morning, and it's about leadership and the attitude of a leader, where it talks about lions and the attitude that the lions have. Because the lions aren't the smartest, they're not the biggest, they're not the fastest, but they're still the king of the jungle. Is because they have the attitude. And the thing that always sticks out to me is that an army of sheep led by a lion will always defeat an army of lion led by a sheep, right? Because it really comes down to the leader, and it comes down to different strengths. So as I build my team, right? So there's people that have different strengths and different weaknesses. You want to build a team of people that have different strengths and different weaknesses, right? Because you just don't want to build a team and everyone's good at one thing, and then so you're good at one thing and the rest of the stuff you're not good at. So I have, I'm somewhat organized, so I have an organizational person behind me. I have someone that kind of just, slows me down a little bit because I'm a little bit hyper, so like we build the team that way. And thankfully, it's results oriented. We are the #1 team in all of ADP.
Congratulations.
This last year, and again, it's about, I think they mentioned engagement, followership, belief, but the leader is the person that really drives that tempo, and is the ones that has to deliver on that promise. People look up to you.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Robert? Could you tell us just your specific team, the people, because I know, again, you guys go all the way up. You're actually part of Broward County, or
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we are
so
part
you,
of. We
you
are a
go all the way
department
up. So
of
I'm just asking
the
about
county.
your niche of your team.
Our team it's kind of tricky because on any given moment, our team, and there's 5 of us. We're scattered all over the world, literally, not figuratively,
Wow.
literally scattered all over the world. So it's kind of difficult to maintain some sort of cohesiveness as to what our tasks are. And with that in mind, you have to keep a certain focus, literally 24 hours, because you're dealing with not only what you've got in front of you, who you're speaking with or who you're speaking to, who you're engaging with, but you also have to keep in mind what's happening back in Fort Lauderdale at any given time, across time zones and cultures and so on and so forth. And leadership has very different connotations depending on who you're dealing with and what you're dealing with. For us, for me specifically, I choose to display leadership by just little things. Be on time, be courteous. Speak in a manner that you're being understood. Just things that go back. You keep on saying your wife's going to kill you. My mom is the one that used to kill me every other day. So that's that's what I keep forefront. It's funny how we operate that way. You keep these things front and center as, I'm sure you've seen the bumper sticker, what would Jesus say, or what would Jesus do to me, is what would a mom said. And that, believe it or not, at least in my culture, it keeps you in the straight and narrow, and it keeps you focused and centered, and always knowing, I don't know, 9 times out of 10, I do it out of, fear from mom or of mom than anything else. But it does keep you focused and centered, and lets you put forward the best effort. And at the end of the day, I think it pays dividends.
Excellent.
Because people, it's amazing how the little things still matter.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Agreed.
and just being thoughtful.
Gestures.
And gestures. I still tell my sons, when you get in the car, make sure you open your wife's door first, and then you come around and you get in.
What? Very good.
I do that.
Yes.
Me too.
And my husband
But
does
keep
too.
on,
He's-
keep on doing it. Keep on doing it. I mean, these little things, people, I got a watch, or I got a vacation, or I got.
And that's actually schmoozing with the leader when you open her door, right? That's making sure leadership still appreciates you and keeps you around.
You'd be surprised how far schmoozing will get you in life.
Exactly.
I think that's survival more than
Yeah.
It's survival, that's right.
That's how the lion got by. Schmoozing.
Jackie, let me ask you, you and your husband are the actual leaders, but how do you guys keep that speed going? Because speed of the leader, speed of the pack, you do something wrong one day, have an off day, and
Everybody has an off day.
that can happen. So how do
just-
you avoid those things?
We all make mistakes. We're human. You can't avoid that. But just being engaged, communicating with everybody. I have supervisors that report back to me, managers that have to report back to me, and I think it's just all about setting the example. Like he was saying, being on time, being courteous, the way that you speak, have your teammates, or your being involved in the meetings, or being involved with the clients, so they can see how it is that you speak to them, interact with them, engage with them, so that they can learn and they can grow along with you.
Stan, I know that your leadership is just way out. I mean, everybody knows Rick and his wife. They're so iconic in our community. But it goes beyond that. Each one of the locations have had a phenomenal interaction with communities. As a leader, how does that interaction with the community, and I live in the Weston area, and I would say 8 out of 10 cars say Rick Case. And so how do you engage? How does your leadership support that type of engagement with your community?
I think the biggest thing with the Rick Case Automotive Group, and we have 16 dealerships, and we've got Honda, Hyundai, Maserati, Fiat, Kia, Acura. We have Powerhouse, which is all the motorcycles and generators, and that. And VW, the largest VW in the world, sits in Weston. But it starts with Rick and Rita over 55 years ago, and it has to do with the culture that you develop within the organization. That has not changed in over 55 years, and that culture was simply in a statement: make your customers your best friends. And if you do that, every one of the people within those teams, as I said before, all those different disciplines, have that same attitude, have that same philosophy to make your customer your best friend. And with that, we have developed what's called a VIP program. Not that all customers are not VIPs when they come into a dealership, but the program extended out to the community. And part of our culture is that we have to give back to the community, not just philanthropically, but back to the community who has us exist. What our base is our community, our customers. And we want to give back to them as they give back to us. So we've developed programs where we go into organizations and corporations. We build a website for those that we select, a website for them, for ADP within Rick Case Automotive Group, where all their employees can go in and see the rewards and benefits that we develop for them, the discounts and specials that we develop for them. We give referral fees back to friends and family that refer other friends and family. We have a registration program which puts them in where they accumulate. You know, it's an old thing, the point accumulation, like the airlines used to do. Well, we've been doing it for over 55 years. You buy something, we give you points which have dollar value. Over time, that just kind of just compounds itself day after day after day, to the point where that, combined with the philanthropy that we do through the organization, we actually get customers that come in that say, I want to buy a Rick Case automobile because of what you do for the community. That is probably the strongest accolade that you can get, that they're willing to patronize and be loyal to a company just because what you do in the community.
Well, on a personal note, my husband and I are, well, through Merchant Processing Solutions, we belong to the Western Chamber, which, you know, we are now through the Chamber VIP members. And I have old cars, and eventually I'm going to have to change them. And my husband says, well, I get a free car wash there every week. I go, and you know what he's doing? Every time he washes a car, he leaves the car for a few minutes and browses all the new cars. And I'm like, I know we're going to be buying a Rick Case Honda car soon. So congratulations. It's a great way to engage the community and keep growing and wowing the customers. And so, go ahead.
We also do one other thing that I think other organizations should do, especially those that are remotely placed. And the commissioner had said it a while ago. We have community centers that we build inside our dealerships. All our dealerships have a large community center where the Western Chamber meets on the third Tuesday of every month. We allow organizations to come in and use those community centers rather than go out and have to rent a hall or rent a space or a building for hundreds or thousands of dollars. We allow them to use a community center. Those community centers are also a part of outreach, which we let the communities come into these dealerships. And it has a double-ended value. You're coming into a dealership. By the time you walk out, somebody's going to engage you on what kind of car you're driving, or if you'd like to drive a new Rick Case car. But the benefit there is that somebody can come in and make an appointment for a Saturday afternoon for a Boy Scout troop or a Girl Scout troop or a nonprofit organization or a homeowners association to come in and utilize those facilities. No charge, gratis.
Thank you very much, Stan. So let me ask you, I was in sales, and you know, it really, if you don't have your customers, there's no gasoline going into the boat. It's not driving the boat, and nobody's going anywhere without sales. So
I try to tell everyone that.
yeah, exactly. Without sales, you're nobody. You know, we should be, you know, salespeople should be making the most money in the world. But that's another story. That'll be another panel, folks.
Yeah, right.
So what I was going to ask you is, how do you keep your customers? How do you engage them? How do you reward them being in the sales? And how do you get them to, you know, you wow them and they love you so much you create a raving fan? That's what your question is.
And it's crucial. I mean, not to get too much into sales, but you know, sales is changing too, generationally. You know, cold calls or knocking on people's doors, like that's really phasing out. It's more on relationships now. And the best relationship that you could ever form is through a current customer. You know, you got to, our number one focus, first of all, is in our approach to be as genuine as possible. We don't ever have ourselves first or try to think of whatever product we're trying to sell them. We really just want to make sure we understand them, understand their needs, build a relationship, build a rapport, and understand, you know, this may be, at this point in time, they may not be ready, and, you know, and that's completely fine. Just kind of just treating someone the way that you'd want to be treated in any sales transaction, and then really building that relationship, always taking care of them. You know, in different scenarios, you could, you know, a salesperson could position something, and then they say they get the new car. You know, does that salesperson follow up? How's the car? How's it going? You know, so there's a constant relationship you want to build there. You want to do a good job just as a person, like you're going to have to want to do that. And then secondly, you know, word of mouth and client referrals is the best, you know, is the percentage-wise the highest closing and the best way to approach how to grow your business. I mean, you can literally grow your business through just creating a web of client referrals and never really having to do anything else.
So let me ask you one question, one important piece. You can want all that. You can be the greatest salesperson, give the great customer service, but how do you get them to engage back? Do you ask them to like you on Facebook? What is it that you do as a company to get your people to become a raving fan that they're going to, hey, you got to talk to him. Hey, you got to talk to him. Yeah, that's what I meant. Is there anything specifically that your company does?
Well, there's
you do?
Yeah, there's the number one language. It's called money.
Oh.
So we pay them actually. No, we give. So no, there's $8,500 in credits they can get annually for their support, but we also have like client focus groups that if you refer us, you're able to take part in those and lead those. We also, as we release new products, we have pilots. So certain clients can try for free. So if you're a promoter, we call them, we have like a promoter similar to VIP. If you're a promoter, you get to partake in the free pilot. So there's a lot of incentives as far as product and costs go.
Excellent.
The world is changing very rapidly. And I go back to Brian again, he talked about AI, artificial intelligence. And sales organizations now are going to have to go that route. The days of email blast and cold calling and BDCs calling off customer lists of the past, utilizing the referral. 86% of customers now do their shopping or their research for an automobile online. That's a big number. When they come in, they're savvy. They come into an organization to buy a product, whether it's an automobile, a refrigerator, whatever it is. They know what they want. They're probably smarter in many cases than the salesperson is. So that yin,
Most cases.
and yin yang of sales and service. We have a saying that sales delivers a car and service sells a second car. That's a hard fact. So the personalization and digital personalization is coming on real strong right now. And that personalization, I mentioned before about those various disciplines, what it simply says to me is you need to know what he or she, the customer, wants before they do. You see all these cars now with the technology, with the lights in the rear view, in the mirrors, in the rear view mirror, and the side mirrors. You get too close to the curb, or it makes a noise, or it actually keeps you. I drive a Genesis. You can take your hands off the wheel, and it'll go 1.5 miles before it says, get your hands back on the wheel. And it'll slow you down until you do that. The intelligence in those vehicles now didn't come from the smart people that are manufacturing the automobiles. It came from customer feedback. So the personal relationship that you have with customers is going to be very, very important. Knowing what they want before you actually can, bring them in, deliver the car, service the car, and then expect that referral or them to pop up in the computer a few months later or a year later when they return on a lease or it comes time for a new automobile to pick up the phone and call them. Competition is getting very, 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 very strong right now, and you've got to have that personalization going for you in an organization, or you're not going to be competitive. You're just going to go to the side.
Thank you, Stan. Jackie, you're a small business, and obviously one
You're a client, aren't you?
Angie's List critique or Craigslist or just a bad word about your company can really hurt.
Right.
How do you create raving fans, and how do you avoid those negative comments towards your company? Because like I said, they can be very destructive for a very small company.
Well, luckily, we haven't had one yet. We have very good reviews on Google, not only from our customers, from our staff and our employees. Once that we like to, keep a relationship with our customers. We always make sure that we're following up. We make sure that our supervisors are on top of what the customer's needs are. We engage with them. We go and meet with them, invite them to lunch, get to know what the customer likes to do. We have customers that we gift them at the end of the year, for giving us a contract for a year and continuing service because they're happy with the service. Football games, we give our clients tickets. We're club members, so we give up our club seats to our clients at the construction company or at the W Hotel. We invite them to dinner. We do concerts, invite them to concerts, but it's just finding out what they like. Does your customer like to go play golf? Because you need to build those relationships with your customers. And once you build those relationships with your customers, then hopefully it'll continue to grow and you can continue to do business for longer.
Thank you, Jackie. So, Robert, I'm going to shift a little bit. You said that you do business all over the world, and I would assume that you do business with people that are part of different companies.
Correct.
So those are kind of like the vendors, the people that you know. What I'd like you to talk about is how do you create a team of your vendors, the people that supply the Port Everglades? How do you get them to be raving fans to say, listen, don't go to Miami, don't go to West Palm, go to Port Everglades because these guys are terrific.
Yeah, it's a delicate dance. The way the port operates, we're a landlord port. Your service or your employees, our service, when you service is your commodity. It's very difficult to quantify if you're doing well or if you're doing bad. Versus if you're selling an iPhone, immediately you get feedback from your customer. Or if you're selling, in the case of cars, you know, you've got a product that you get feedback. For us to create those raving fans, if you will, we have to have first and foremost infrastructure in place. You've got a ship that's coming in from Asia or I'll say Colombia. Otherwise, Latina won't have me back. The only way you can handle that ship is if you've got dock space, if that ship line has an agent that serves them. We don't get involved. It's very tricky for us because we don't get involved in the service aspect of moving the cargo from A to B. But when cargo doesn't move from A to B, the customer will not say, well, the ship line did not get my container to me on time. They'll say, Port Everglades didn't get the shipment to me on time. So we have to go and find out, well, listen, educate them first. We don't actually move the cargo for you. We provide the infrastructure in by which your contracted carrier is the one that moves the cargo. So for us to keep that raving fan raving, is by engaging them, not only engaging them, we have to constantly engage not only our customers, but the customers of our customers and the customers of those customers. We have to go through a three-tier effect, and sometimes we even deal with countries. We not so much deal with companies, but also deal with countries, because the economy of those countries is what keeps business flowing through the port. So engaging them and finding out what their infrastructure needs and what, in my case in particular, I've been with the port 5 years. Well, my background is in international transport, ocean carriers. I actually worked for Freight Forwarder at the time. Yeah. So in knowing what the marketplace needs puts me in a very
tough,
privileged position, if you will. They're tough sometimes because people say, you should know what's going on.
No,
you know,
we have no control.
So, you know, we have to find out what the hiccups are to moving that piece of cargo from A to B in order to give them an answer. And 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times, we do not get involved as to what's going on, but you have to know what's going on to keep them engaged. And yeah, social media plays a part. Follow Port Everglades on Facebook and LinkedIn. And you know, different activities that we all do. I personally play in a rock band on the weekends, so I get people to come out and see the band, and 9 times out of 10, customers come out and see the band, and then that, you know, just kind of keeps you engaged, you know. So
were you playing this? Were you playing this weekend?
Yeah, here's my shameless plug.
You need a bodyguard?
What kind of music is it first?
We play classic rock,
okay.
And this Saturday we're playing at Cadillac Ranch down in Kendall. From 8 to 10, come on by. Don't bring tomatoes.
I'll bring security.
Don't bring tomatoes. I've got 3 guys bringing tomatoes. We need lettuce and we need carrots to throw at us. Okay. We make salad by the time of the night.
Very good. So I wanted to go back and talk about, so we've kind of touched on through this panel what it takes, different aspects and views depending on the size of how you create a team internally. How do you create your internal team for your business? And you have to make those decisions on what is the goal and the vision. Then secondly, we talked about your raving fans, which are your customers. They also should be your employees and, of course, your vendors. But I specifically want to talk, and now that Robert's kind of talked to us about how he interacts with the vendors and tries to explain his role, I'd like to ask a couple of questions about vendors. You know, if I want to be special, so here's what I used to do. I used to say, you do accounting and I do merchant services. Now your people need my service and my people need your service. So let's kind of refer one another. Let's become vendor partners. And that really worked out well for me. And then I grew it to people who do websites. And so my question is as you're developing your business, what vendors have been very helpful to you, and what kind of vendors do you engage in Rick Case to be kind of your ambassadors and your partners?
It goes back to that culture that I mentioned before. Our vendors are part of our team. They're part of the team building that we do. So if we've got ADP, which we do.
We're partners.
We're partners. They are part of the team. So they're integrating and working with the accounting group, with the CFO. Our folks may have some ideas that will make our systems and processes more efficient, more effective. Hand them off to ADP. They've got the process, they've got the CRMs, they've got all that to build that, and together and jointly come up with a more efficient and effective system, which is actually going on right now. We have our centralized, where we did our consolidation, working right now with ADP to make our processes. And again, you can imagine 16 dealerships.
We didn't know that, by the way, coming in here. We did not know there was this already synergy going on.
Yeah.
So this is the perfect example of actually synergy that I'm asking you all to consider as you create your business or as you are in your business, okay? So
If I could just tag
Yes.
on it, like, so the idea, right, so as you expand what your network, the whole idea is how can I make the biggest value to my clients and employees as possible? So the more people I get in to this circle, so if we added the insurance brokers, right, we add attorneys, legal, like accounting, as many people and partners as we can bring in to serve one customer jointly is the bigger impact that we can make on them.
Gee, didn't we just hear this morning in the future of business? So are you hearing a theme, folks?
Yeah.
You're not an island. You're not. You might be an island, but there's a whole bunch of islands around you, and you need to build bridges to those islands in order to be successful. Thank you. Robert, I know you said you went out and talked to the people, but what?
Well, engage customers. What I'm doing right now, I'll give you one piece of statistics. There was an article published about a month ago regarding exports from the United States. 97.5% of exports coming out of the United States are handled by small to medium-sized companies. That's over $1 trillion worth of goods and services.
Are you folks getting some of those trillions?
And the reason why I'm bringing that up is the commissioner touched on the special zones. The gentleman that spoke before us, I'm sorry, your name escapes me. Brian spoke about, small, medium-sized building, starting small, sitting in a cafe and building $1 million company. Don't be discouraged by the big names. 97.5% of exports from the United States are handled by small to medium-sized companies. That's large, because that gives you, the entrepreneur, the encouragement to say, hey, I can. You don't have to be an IBM. You don't have to be a GM. You don't have to be an ADP. You can start small, and you can actually
be an indemnity security.
Yeah, you can actually be part of what's going on. We engage the different chambers because those are breeding grounds for small to medium-sized companies. And we're not alone. Peru, 98% of exports out of Peru are done by small to medium size. You know, don't be discouraged by hearing large numbers. The small and medium-sized guy is the one that drives business.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, didn't I just read recently that 70% of all American companies have less than 50 employees? And so it means that the engine that is actually moving America in whatever direction we're going in, that's another debate, is small business. And it could be one person, it could be up to 50 people. And y'all have a chance if you find out how to do business with Rick Case or ADP or Port Everglades.
And network, get out there.
Yeah.
Be engaged. You mentioned Island Bridges, very well put. Go out there and become involved and come to these types of meetings. Educate yourself as to what's going on. It'll pay dividends not in years and decades, but you know, relatively quick. As long as you have a product, obviously, that is needed and will suit a purpose and there's a niche. And there are niches out there. But yeah, be encouraged by those statistics and go out there and try and doing it. And you can.
Jackie, how do you create, with all teams, this is a general, win-win?
By building a dream team, by collaborating, being on the same mind frame, being on the same page, working together.
How do you feel about the term pay forward?
We do that all the time.
Okay.
We do that all the time. We have a vendor that we're partners with called Nextel Radio. We started off with them just renting radios because for security we have a lot of galas or special detail work that require us to have that communication. So we built that relationship with them from there, and then now we just became partners with Nextel. And we help each other out, so there's times where they're out networking or meeting other people, and they refer us because, I'm partnered with Indemnity Security. We provide their radio, radio service for them, and then vice versa. And like I mentioned before, the freight forwarding aspect, we still offer security in that industry, and we help move that product as well for them and us as a partner, so it benefits both parties, and we're both vendors and we've built that relationship. It takes time. It takes time to build a relationship, and not everybody that you're going to meet is going to be the right person for you. So a lot of patience and being honest and taking the time and having that relationship with your vendors.
Thank you, Jackie. Stan, could you talk to us about how I know you've mentioned it a lot, and I see it all the time because I'm in Rick Case with several different events, and I know you. But again, how do you create that? Let me ask you again, how do you create win-win specifically with your employees? Because you know that the employee turnaround can be, they make one little dollar over here and they're gone to another company. But I don't see that. I think you've had long-term staff, and how do you keep that win-win with your staff? Your
As you can
base?
expect, car dealerships probably have the lowest retention of any business. We pride ourselves in having one of the highest retention. We have salespeople making over $300,000 a year. Our average salesperson's making $30,000, $40,000 a year. They come from all walks of lives. We take them out of the military. We have doctors and lawyers who have retired that now do it as a hobby, doing very well at it. But that win-win situation is that you've got to let them be entrepreneurial. They're coming to work. You give them the house, you give them the desk, you give them the phone, you give them a database, you give them the walk-in traffic that's coming in, a percentage of that. But then you have to help them and teach them the culture through that team building we talked about, and then allow them to build their business. And it'll take about 90 to 120 days for them to do that. One other thing that we push, as I am on many nonprofit boards, we have the Boys and Girls Club, the Prestige Club, which helps children in need. I'm one of the founders of Honor Flight South Florida. We fly the veterans to Washington. We do that 4 times a year. As a former military officer, I've been doing that since I was a little kid, giving back. We help and we invigorate our salespeople and our administrative staff to give back, pay forward, as you say, to get involved with those nonprofit organizations. Believe it or not, that compounds faster than somebody's sales will compound because of the network that you build. Through those organizations, through the chambers of commerce in your area, we belong to every chamber that's in our demographic. We don't go outside. We're not part of the chamber in Boca Raton. We're not established there, but we are solid in those areas that we are. And we work with the chamber that represents from the state level all the way down to the community in those small and larger businesses. Doesn't matter what size you are, helping each other expand and help make healthy their business.
Joseph, could you please tell our audience how you feel that you create a win-win situation with your employees, with your staff?
So I just think it's important that as you join together that you have a goal or a dream or whatever really a vision, whatever you're really trying to accomplish. In our particular business, we have sales goals, right? So you really got to get a mutual understanding of what that is. Also get an understanding of what that individual employee wants. They all have different drivers, so you can't manage everyone the same way. You have to manage everyone uniquely, trying to understand. Okay, what is this? Now that we have the dream, why is this? What's their why? Everyone wakes up with a why, right? So really understanding their why, understanding what they want to accomplish, making sure that they understand that they are part of a team, that they are going to be held accountable. But really, there's a term now as leadership has changed, it's called servant leadership. Leadership's not, okay, let me sit down and be your boss and tell you what to do and tell you this and yell at you and all that. No, it's how can I help you? What are you working on? How are you feeling? What can I do? How can I help you? Right? So that's how you create the win-win. Is because if you get them bought into a vision, working hard, engaged, and feeling good, you get 12 people on your team feeling that way and winning, you win. Right? Like we're just the sum of the results of the people that work for us. So we win by if everyone wins, the leader wins, and that's really what the philosophy should be.
Well, about 10 years ago, I was asked, because our manager left, and it was fine with me. I didn't really like her that much, because it was about her, and it was about her numbers and about what she wanted, and it was never what we wanted. And I remember they coming to me, and they said, so what trait do you want in a manager? And then I said, all I want them to say is, how high? They went, how high? Yeah, I want to go to my manager, jump, and she says, how high? Because I only go to a manager when I need something. I need you. I need you to help me. So when I say, please help me, you just say, how high? What do you need? And they were like, well, that's rather. But today, that has now taken, and successful businesses and winning teams, the leadership has realized that they have to be of that servant nature for their employees. Thank you.
And they'll jump high for you too, right? So if they go to you and you jump high for them, then you can ask them and they'll do the same thing. So
yeah, nobody cares about you until they know you care about them.
Yeah, right.
Robert, again, win-win scenario for you is?
Yeah, very, very similar to what's been said so far.
Excellent.
Just making sure that you bring in our space, you bring in people that already know what they need to do. They're never mind 100% self-motivated, they're 150% self-motivated. So you have to know that you first brought in people that know what they're doing. And that in of itself solves a lot of problems. And just by being there and providing yourself or making yourself available to when they need answers and when they need assistance and when they need support, that in of itself provides pretty much a win-win.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to open it up for a couple of minutes of questions. You've learned a lot here. They've imparted a lot of information. Please stand up, and just say your name, please, and Good question.
You buy good shackles.
Shackles, okay. That means like, you know.
I'm sorry. Just making sure that person is motivated.
Meeting their needs, yeah.
You know, you come to work because you have to, obviously, but it's good to know that that person feels that they are motivated to come to work and they believe in the product. I think that's, I dare I speak for anyone, but the person that's in a situation the person you employ has to believe in what they're selling, especially if it's a service. A product almost sells itself or it does not sell itself. A service is a non-entity almost. It's not a tangible thing. So that person has to have a belief in what the company is offering to the buying public in general.
Yeah, there's some trust.
And with that, I think you're going to have competition in the port realm. In Florida alone, there's 14 ports.
There's 40?
14.
14
Everyone
ports.
thinks Miami, Port Everglades. There's 14 ports in Florida. So that's potential competition for any given one of them. The large ones take all the headlines and become common knowledge. Our Port Everglades, Miami, Jacksonville are the main ones. But people that work in our space are knowledgeable in several aspects of the logistics supply chain. So you're constantly being measured or compared to or being solicited by any one of these people. So having that desire and that passion for what you're selling, and selling almost sounds cliche, what you're offering, I think keeps the employee at home, if you will.
And just to add on real quick about retention, understanding, again, not to keep talking about generation, but generational changes are very, very important. So we actually help companies solve this issue, and we do a lot of research into what are the top 4 things that Gen X versus versus millennials, their job expectations. So Gen X was always like salary, commission, money. Salary for a millennial is 4th on the list of things they expect at work. 1 is they expect growth. 2 is they expect life-work balance. 3, they want better benefits. And then 4 is salary. So what does that mean? If you wanted to retain a particular employee, just offering them more money now is not going to work. Showing them progression, showing them succession planning, showing them a future, put stretch assignments. Some companies are abolishing PTO now, where PTO is not like, you want to take off, you want to feel better, go feel better. So again, you're a direct leader. So those are all things that it's not money anymore. And then Gen Y has a different list, and then Gen Z is going to have a different list. So it's
And then us baby boomers have a completely different list.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, to build on what you're saying, one of the facts of life that touch every single thing that we do is trucking. The trucking industry in the United States is going through a horrendous employee crunch right now. And it goes back to what he said. The average salary of a trucker in the United States, it's $85,000. Yet the industry is having problems retaining employees. They're putting programs out there. There's a couple of trucking companies that are even offering college tuition to the sons of the truckers to keep them engaged. And it all goes back to the trucker is spending a lot of time away. By the nature of what you're doing, you're spending a lot of time away from your family. And it's just a job that most people just do not want to do anymore. And it's creating a problem in our industry. And I think it's starting to affect the price of what you're paying. Because trucking, delivering goods is becoming more and more expensive. and that the cost of moving that product has to be reflected or is passed on to the consumer. But again, going back to what has just been said, that balance of what you want, what you don't want out of life, and salary becomes almost secondary, if not third or fourth.
There's nothing worse than being an associate, an employee within an organization and getting stuck, especially for someone coming out of school and going with a company whose aspirations are to move through and go through that company. We do a majority of our hiring internally. So if you came in as a salesman or a technician, you have the opportunity to be a general manager of a dealership. And the way we do that is we have mentors. We have those let's say of age, that have some experience of years under their belt, that are able to take the folks coming in and mentor them and bring them up in those levels. Cross-training for us is huge. If you're a salesperson, you got to be a service person. If you're service, you got to be sales. If you want to be sales and you want to move up, you got to have accounting. You have to have finance under your belt. Those teams, within that team building, is cross-training blended with some synergy created amongst all those disciplines that I mentioned. And that's why our retention is going up, has gone single digits over the past few years, and now we're heading to double-digit retention, which is unheard of in our industry.
We have a new question, and while they hand, you got the mic already?
Yes, I
Can I
do.
just add one thing to that? I was just going to say that on my preparation for the panel, I was looking at something that said, when you hire, the most important thing is to know what their vision is, how they see their future, how their workday works, what they're expecting to be in 5 years, 2 years, 1 year, and empowering them to get there. So those were 5 things that I had heard that would help someone who wants to know about how do you keep a good employee. Sir, please go ahead and ask.
Hi, my name is Casey Merchant, and today I'm representing Matrix Energy, and I want to first thank Unilatina International College for putting on such a spirited event. Thank you. And thanks to our panelists for really inspiring us and giving us strategies how to grow our own company. But what I want to ask is, how do you share the success on team building? What are some of the strategies that you do? Where on a team you might have someone who is in a higher position and someone is in a lower position. How do you ensure that a team really benefit from the successes that you are setting?
Well, for us, we have what's called MOTOR, M-O-T-O-R, instead of Motivations. We have a monthly magazine that goes through all our dealerships where we post their birthdays, we post their anniversaries, we post testimonials from customers who have had an experience with a service or sales or even administrative or corporate. We post those. It's about 15, 16 pages long, but we do that every month, and every employee gets that as hard copy, and they also get it through their email or going through our CRM for HR, where they're able to read that. So we do that, and then every month we have a luncheon. All our employees eat. We give them a buffet luncheon where they can all eat. And then every year, we don't do the standard holiday party anymore. We do a after-year party where we bring all our dealerships in, and we recognize all our employees for what they've done throughout the year.
Thank you.
And if you're going to talk maybe like team specific, so at any point in time, as a sales leader, I have people that are doing exceptionally well, and I have people that are not, and we're all on one team. So what the balance could look like is that you could lose the one that's not doing well for that particular time. You can lose them forever. So it's really just understanding when you're hiring people, the culture that you expect. We're a very family culture. We look after each other. We do celebrate successes of everybody, but only to teach the ones that are maybe not doing so well a new idea or a new strategy. And then when they win and they pick that strategy up, we celebrate that. So we all pick each other up. But it's good. The psychology of it now is group settings, group success, group recognition, but really leaving no person behind, just giving them more ideas and more energy to get them better.
Jackie? Same for us. We make sure that we acknowledge our employees. We have a monthly newsletter. We have Employees of the Month where we reward them with either a bonus or we reward them with a gift card. and let them know what they're doing. And we share that with the whole company so everybody sees that email, so everybody gets motivated to do better and do more so they can get that acknowledgement.
Well, at this moment, we have run out of time. I want to please give a round of applause to our wonderful panel. Oh, so thank you, and I would like to say that the panel will be up here for a few more minutes. Hopefully everyone will be around for the rest of the day, and please feel free to use this time. We have a break right now, if I understand correctly. Oh, I bring back Señora Angélica.
All right, thank you very much, Stephanie, for coordinating this panel, and thank you very much to our members of our panel today.
Rocket, Carver?
Oh, Rocket.
I was operations manager for Miami.
I think what we talked about today in this first panel was very interesting. And just to summarize, we talked about team building. Communication is very important when you have a team. You have to target different generations. You have to have the attitude of a lion. You have to give back to community. You have to be engaged with your team, build relationship with customers. Something that I like a lot was have your employees as entrepreneurs within your business because you empower them, and that's very nice. And work because you have to, but also because you like what you do. So with this, we conclude this panel. I invite you to have a break, to have a cup of coffee, and to take pictures with our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man. Good to meet you. Good to meet you, too. Yeah.
Also, please, a reminder that we have vendors with tables around. Costco has water over there against the windows. Panda Express has fortune cookies. And Merchant Processing Solutions has chocolate. So please feel free to come by and visit. Is it on? Oh, okay. Is everybody in the place going to hear it as they talk? I just want it on the radio show. Okay. Okay. Hi, Brian.
Hi, how are you, Stephanie?
Good. Thank you for coming today and being our featured speaker.
Oh, I'm so privileged to have Union Latina invite us and you get involved in getting me here. Obviously, as a member of Collective Ventures, you saw what we were about to do, and I'm so thankful that you are inspired enough to want to help us grow in other cities where you believe that we could be a value add to not only the startups, but the community and the city itself.
You know, honestly, I'm born and raised in the New York area. I'm not in the city, but outside the New York area. And you always see that big cities, urban areas, seem to always coin these new ideas. Mm-hmm. And I'm tired of that. And when you came down here and I saw this Fort Lauderdale, the first one here in Florida, is kind of a larger city, but it's nowhere near compared to some of those northern cities that have got concepts like this going. I'm like, why doesn't every city, small, especially small cities, have an area where small businesses can convene, where I'm the only person that does merchant services. You're the only one that does venture capital, or, this one's the only one as a business attorney or whatever. And each one of us then can, like you say, empower our customers. And no, they don't have to use us, but, it's pretty sweet when you have a really well-oiled team to work together. And I love this idea.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons it's not in so many of the smaller cities or just suburban cities is the amount of people that are entrepreneurial immediately doesn't exist. And now it's changing because there are so many people that are in these suburban areas looking for new work. Maybe they've quit their job to find a new reality, a new entrepreneurial dream that they want to embark upon, and then they don't have those resources. And now, if that change is slowly starting to happen. Capital is available for business, resources are available, and one of the reasons Collective Ventures as a whole wins is we are a one-stop shop. You may not think you need all these services, but the reality is you do. If you're going to start a company, start with a business plan. Find a business advisor and make that a reality. Then speak to an attorney or an accountant so that you set up your company the right way. For many retail businesses and online shops, merchant processing is very important. Understanding the fees associated, the ease of doing this, it's not available to everyone. So when you can come into a center like ours and realize, hey, I have 20 resources I can tap into, and oftentimes they'll all work together, there's a different renewed confidence in the end product. You believe and you know that you're in good hands because you have a lot of experts helping you versus someone who is a jack of all trades type of company, which never tends to win.
So I'm going to share a story without any names, but through family, I know of a company that was kind of a startup, and they went to an incubator. They got venture capital. They started. They went gangbusters. They went to make millions of dollars. They had a great idea. And then the CEO was like the manager, and he was like everything, and then there was somebody else. But they forgot to add gasoline to the company. They had no sales staff. They had no sales organization, no plan. And once these huge contracts expired, they had nothing lined up. And when I asked why, apparently I found out that they did not have a complete venture capital, collective ventures type of environment. It was only about how to set up to get the money and then start your company and put processes in place. But they never said, now, once you've been in for a year or two, how are you going to keep that engine, how are you going to keep your movement going? And you know that without future sales, future marketing, getting yourself out there, you're going to sink your ship. And that's exactly what happened to this company.
Absolutely. And you know, sometimes we say this, I say to a lot of people, a CEO's role is to be the number one spokesperson for the company and the best salesperson for the company. And half of my talk today was on sales. While the future of business is changing, people are coming up with amazing ideas, where they come up with it, how they do it, how they execute it, slowly changing and shifting. But the one thing that remain the same is selling. You have to get in front of your customers and sell. You cannot rest on your laurels thinking, hey, I have a certain amount of clients that will pay for my certain amount of employees and I'm okay. If you're not selling, your competitors are. If you're not improving your product, your competitors are. And at some point or another, your offerings will not match up. Brand loyalty can only go so far until your competitors are giving your customers way more, whether it's service, like the gentleman from Rick Case mentioned. Hey, you know what? It's not about selling the first car, it's selling the second car, right? That all comes down to service and sales. So if your sales mentality is to not only follow up with your customers, excuse me, to make sure that they enjoy the product or service that they're being provided, you're going to fail. In our business, we have a cafe in the collective venture space. I say the same thing. It's not the first cup. It's the second cup of coffee that matters because we know our product is good and they came back again. So sustaining that, sustaining sales, putting a lot of emphasis on a sales team is a very important part of actually building and sustaining a great company.
Brian, I want to applaud you because, you know, I used to be one of those people, and I've complained to you that there's a city here in South Florida I keep begging you to open. And the reason is as a business, I work 50% or more out of my home. I'm not going to bring a client to my home. And I'm responsible for my own business. A place like yours allows me to either rent a place for a presentation, whether it's a large meeting or a smaller one. But the cafe, you don't have blasting music. You don't have a mommy's day out with the kids running around. It truly is a work environment. You could see like the clock's moving everywhere with these people and engagement. And if they're not talking here, they're talking, you know, I'm by myself and all of a sudden someone's over there. You're like, you know, I think I might want to go talk to that person. So you're creating an environment that is really fostering business. And I want to, again, applaud you for that because I don't, again, think a lot of people understand. You sitting home, yeah, you might be able to do everything you said and be a one-man shop, but how many startups start like that and are gone within a year?
Exactly. And, you know, the culmination of what Collector Ventures is a product of all the issues that we've saw in the market. I myself conducted many meetings in a Starbucks, in a Panera, and there's nothing wrong with that, except there's a lack of privacy, there's additional noise, and you don't have that one-to-one relationship with your customer. So that's why we created a very large cafe / co-working / business environment. We put 7 conference rooms in there for our customers because they could take a $10 to $60 rental for an hour and impress that client. So it's making that sale, closing that deal, getting that investment, right? But while you're there, why not have additional resources like the ability to print? There's a 3D printer, we have magazine level printers there, but then it's those, like I said, 20 resources that are there. So whether you're building a company, it's not just about a cup of coffee, it's about the space, it's about the community, it's about the tools, and of course the companies that are there to assist you build your dream. And I think that's going to impact the future longevity of how people interact. You can build a company from your house. The problem is, people don't take those things seriously. I always tell people, hey, you know what? When you're in your house, you will sit on the couch. You may not even change. To effectively work from home, I tell customers or colleagues, hey, why don't you just get dressed up? Because when you have that mindset of I put a suit on, you may work a little bit better in your home. But then at that point, why not go to an environment where others are working? It'll fuel
Get fed. I think that we sit home a lot in your pajamas looking at stuff and you don't get fed.
When you're home, there's also other tasks to do. Hey, you know what? I got to do the laundry. I got to take the dog out. And there's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is it interferes with your work. You're not 100% efficient.
I'm only going to do that right now today for a few seconds. And then a week later, you're doing it for 20 minutes. And then a week later, it's an hour.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, half your day is gone and your production goes down and you're not doing. the stuff you were to make money, and then your business suffers.
Exactly. It's a drip effect, right? One day it's, you know what, I'll just grab lunch and I'll start a little later. Or I have to run an errand and get groceries, take the dog out. Eventually, you know, you've dripped that so much that, like you said, half of your day is just taking care of tasks, and you've allowed that to seep into your normal routine. Once it's been normalized, it's very hard to change. So when you are leaving a traditional work environment to start a business, it's the best thing you can do is either go and pay for a space somewhere, or at least go to a local coffee shop where you can sit for free and start, because you will take it more seriously.
Brian, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to let you network.
Thank you so much, Stephanie.
You're welcome. Thanks, Brian.
Is it good? Thank you so much.
Well, hello, Samuel. You're one of our youngest attendees to this. Ah, hablas español. ¿De dónde es usted?
De Colombia, Bogotá.
Ah, Bogotá. ¿Y viene con tu familia?
No, nosotros somos Unilatina, somos en Colombia.
Ah, tú eres un estudiante en Unilatina.
Soy ingresado. Yo hice un curso de sushi allá.
Ah, muy bien. Pues bienvenidos a los Estados Unidos y a Miramar. Yamilet, Claudia, thank you so much for being here today and being your speakers on our next panel.
Yeah.
So I wanted to find out from you. So talk to me a little bit about your entrepreneurial spirit, Yami. You're the driver of the business. Claudia and I just sit back and watch you say, oh, we should do this and we should do that. And you know, you need to take over this. Robert Goltz, folks, Executive Director of all the chambers down here in the
all the important ones. All the important ones. We'll just go with that. Excellent, excellent. So I don't even know where she was starting with that there, but how's everything going first and foremost?
Very good.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about what you guys are doing and some of the things that you're looking to get out of the conference today.
Okay. Well, MPS was created in 2006, and our main goal was to really take the complexity out of the rates and the technology behind merchant services and empower business owners with tailored solutions so that they could really have what they need in an easy way. 12 years ago, what I really wanted it to do was to take or form a much better reputation in our industry. So we're full service, full disclosure. We're a national credit card processing provider, but more importantly, we're community servants. And that has made a huge difference in our business.
Excellent, excellent. And it's true because you put your people right into the backyards and you're active within the community and give back, and that's something great for a business to be doing and continuing to grow. Because I know you're all the way in Fort Lauderdale, you're in other chambers, but that's okay. That's all right. Tell me, you know, we've had you guys on the radio and things of that nature. Tell me what is probably one thing from each of you that most of our audience doesn't understand about credit card processing, and I'll pass it right back over to you.
Well, you know, I think that the number one thing is the confusion of thinking that they need different systems. Like, for example, that's our forte. We consolidate the processing where you can actually have your e-commerce working out of the same account of your retail or your mobile technology or your wireless. Engage in just one account, so easy reconciliation, right? Many times we come into companies that are using Square for the mobile technology and they're using a gateway with a separate merchant account for the e-commerce and then also having a retail. That becomes very expensive because every merchant account comes with monthly dues, annual dues, PCI dues. But it also makes it even more difficult for the controller to reconcile and make sure that everything is coming on board. So that's where we come. We come to make things simple. We come with the latest technology, and we're really advocates of PCI DSS. So we really try to empower our clients to understand where that is so that they do not leave their business with inefficiencies that could create a breach.
And another major part of helping business understand is actually the price model. Merchants have no idea of how much really is the cost directly from the associations being Visa, MasterCard, Discover, and American Express. And that's really what has set us apart, and is that for the first time when we sit down with our merchants, they understand because we disclose and we teach them how it really works. So we have no problem showing our merchants what our profit is going to be, because our main goal is to show how much is the real cost. And really for them to understand that when a company tell them that they're going to pay at 1.18, there's no such a thing, because they are cost. There's some cards that the cost, the levels are 2.65. So how do you pretend to pay 1.18% when a card cost is 2.65? A bank will never, ever, ever set you in a pricing where they're going to lose profit. So that's where we really come in, and it's really focusing on educating our clients, not only on the technology, but more importantly, on the price model and the most transparent way.
Well, I'm so happy that you guys are here, that you're a sponsor. Just for our listeners, if you guys tell us your name of your company again and how they can reach you, so everybody out there will know who to call when they're looking at merchant processing services.
Excellent. My name is Yamilet Strauss. The name of the company is Merchant Processing Solutions. Our website is www.processmps.com, and our phone number is 1-866-925-1677 or 1MPS.
Our local number is also 954-938-2420. And you can contact Yamilet, Claudia, Stephanie. We have all the reps in Miami, but here in Broward, here's who, the point of contact.
Excellent. Again, thank you for sponsoring, and thank you for being out here. I'll talk to you again soon. Okay, folks, I'm over here at the Entrepreneur Hour Conference, and we're having a great time. This conference is going to run till 3 o'clock today, so if you haven't shown up yet, you definitely still have time. We're going to be doing a networking forum, and I believe, probably about 15 minutes. So there's time to come out there to hear some great activities from all of us. With that, I am going to go, let me see. I'm going to go back to Stephanie. And again, you can always catch us on the Entrepreneurial Hour every Tuesday from 10:30 to 11:30. But my crazy partner's here. And I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing. I did the interview here, but you didn't. You said, here's the mic and walk.
So let's just talk for a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
So you're late.
I'm late. At a board meeting.
I heard. So, and they wouldn't change.
They would not change it. I didn't
Darn.
ask.
It was
I didn't ask either.
All right. So listen, this has been really great. This morning, you really missed Brian. Brian Jacob. He talked about the future of business and showed us about Collective Ventures. And Miramar walked up and gave a card and says, we have space for you. So we may be finding a place right here in Miramar for a place where entrepreneurs and small businesses, and it's one per profession, kind of like a Leads Group, but it's a physical location. And then what they do is they create like a place where I could just go in and maybe rent a small little space for, it's just the whole concept of all these people that work from home. And, quite frankly, I don't want to go to your house to do business with you. I've heard your laundry's all over.
I don't want you to come to my home either. It is all over. It is. It's crazy.
It's not, I don't think it's professional.
No. And I have the same thing, we went to this movement, between 5 to 8 years ago, of going and doing business meetings at Panera. I don't want to share
it's too public.
Yeah, too public. I don't want to share what I'm offering you and what kind of business relationship we're going to have in front of a bunch of people.
Right.
You do need that office space, even if it's a part-time office space, to do that private work. So,
can I tell you a story?
Tell me a story.
I was in Panera with somebody who has a profession that's pretty common, and it's a financial planner.
Okay.
Beat me up and said, I really want to do a one-on-one with you. Okay, do a one-on-one. Sitting there and said, let me go use the men's room. So he left. Somebody from another table came up and said, listen, if you don't like this guy, I do it. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
He was trying to poach me there as I'm having a private conversation. You don't know where the ears are coming from.
and you never know what secret's going to be said.
Exactly.
And, you know, I laugh because, you know, I'm very outspoken.
Oh, no way.
And so there's certain things that I do keep to myself, but when I'm out with a friend, I might say
and the
something.
next thing you know, it's like all over Facebook.
Exactly.
It's on the New York Times bestseller.
So that's great that there's a gentleman that's looking at coming into Miramar, starting that type of business, and talk about what the future of business is here. And you know what? It's an ever-changing piece. So
you know, he just said something on the radio a minute ago. He goes, if you really want to stay at home, don't sit there in pajamas all day working on your recliner. Have a space, get dressed as if you're working, and you know what, if you're already dressed, then get the heck out of the office.
See, that would be the problem. If I was working from home, I wouldn't even get dressed.
I can...
See?
No, I don't even want... I was going to say I can
You want to picture that?
I don't. I don't want to picture
No
that.
one else wants to picture that either.
But what I do want to say is that what he said was that people who work from home are lacking the engagement, that professional engagement that when you go hang around the coffee machine
Well, I find for myself, going someplace that's a physical location and talking business, my brain explodes with ideas in a more professional manner outside of my home. Because I do, as we know, I have my consulting firm, but when I do my consulting stuff, I don't even use my office at the chamber.
Right.
I'll use the front. I'll put up a desk and some stuff, and I'll do all my computer work out there. But to have a physical presence, or to be able to talk with somebody, you know what? Networking and building relationships sometimes is about the atmosphere that you're in. And if you're not in that right mind when you're doing it, you may not be thinking about other things like, hey, is my toast burning? Or the kids running around.
Exactly.
You know what? You can't get focused on your business, and having that outlet, that spot to go out is a great thing to have.
So again, I've worked from home for major corporations since 2001. And that first year I was home, guess what? I still had that mentality, get up at a certain hour, work at a certain place, do my thing. I was top producer, sold 1,250 cell phones for AT&T, top producer in the state of Colorado.
See?
But towards the end of my business, still working from home, I had the problem, like, I had an office in our big family room where we used to watch TV. Yeah, there was a sofa dividing the office area, but it was still my office.
Yeah.
So if I'd hear bing or ding, I'd get up from TV and I'd go see who emailed me at 10 o'clock at night.
Exactly.
And my husband say, what are you doing? I'm like, well, my computer, Stephanie, that's office. I could not separate the two, and so there was too much of my work infringing on my home and vice versa.
Yeah.
And now when we moved to South Florida, I actually have a loft upstairs, and it is the office. And so I turn off I don't even remember it's up there.
No, you
but
have
you
to.
have to do something like you
You
said.
have to. Most people cannot work 24/7, and while the digital age has taken us to that aspect that we're always there, it's a problem because we have to have that time to shut down. So,
Speaking of
shutting down, we're going to shut him down?
I don't know.
No, I don't think he can be shut down. So,
Steve, how proud of you of your wife today?
extremely proud. He didn't let you have a dream? Okay, so we're talking with the Sarduis right now, and we're excited to talk to them today. Again, they're part of the all the activities going here at the Entrepreneur Hour conference.
Jackie was just on our team building panel, and you were terrific. Thank you. You represented small business and women-owned business, women co-owned business very well. Thank you.
So and what's great about it, we're talking to them, and they do security work, so they know about handcuffs and that kind of stuff, which is always good as we're going into this. I'm going to tell us a little bit. I want to know, we covered a lot of stuff up on the panel. Give me some things that we didn't cover that you think are important to business.
To business. Okay.
Okay, so here, I'm going to, listen, I'm reading a book now called Lean In.
Okay.
And it's by the CFO, I believe, or COO of Facebook. And she talks about having to make choices between a career, advancement, and family life. So talk to me about, as a businesswoman, how do you balance that family life, and of course you work with your husband. That's kind of like a handicap to begin with. So you work with him, so that's family. And I don't know if you have other family involved in the business, but you've got 3 kids. Talk to me about it.
I'm still working on that. I'm trying to balance being a mom, what was brought to the table to me a few years ago, where I never expected to be working with my husband in a million years. I thought I was going to be doing freight forwarding and logistics for the rest of my life. But we've managed, and I just take it a day at a time. I know what the goal is. I know what the vision is. I know was his business, but it's our business, and it's our family, and we have the same vision. So we're on the same team, and we're trying to work together, and I just balance that out. And I know what the goal is at the end of the day, so I sacrifice a lot just to see where we're going to be. And I see the vision. I know we're going to make it. I know we're going to be good. And just by...
I know you have a business team, but do you have a family team that helps you too?
Yes, my babysitters. My parents. We have...
Are huge with this. I mean, without their support, we wouldn't have been able to do half the things that we do. It's either her mom taking care of the kids, my parents taking care of the kids. It's definitely a team effort with the family, and yeah.
We have a lot of support.
Great.
We do.
Well, I really wish you all the success, because you're a good team. You're a good member of the community. You know what you need, and you really support the chamber. So I'm really thank you for that. So Robert?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You don't see a lot of family teams anymore. In the 50s, you saw people, you raise your children, or your family ended up building out of that. But, you work with your husband. You guys work together. The whole family over at Unilatina built a great university, the 4 of them, and it's working. But it's kind of funny because, luckily I have both you, Stephanie, and Steve in leadership, so I know a little bit more about you through your disc profile and stuff like that. But you know what? Knowing Steve the way I do now, I already know where you're at, honey. I already know. But watching and now knowing a little bit even more about Steve over the last couple months, I can see the pairing and how it works well. And to see the right pairing of people and having the right drive is really important for that. And so it doesn't go too crazy. Stephanie's waving on somebody right now. I think we're going to pass it on and go have Stephanie do another interview.
I didn't want to take it away, but
okay. But so I'm going to pass it to Stephanie. She's got somebody that she's brought up here. And I'll pass it over to you.
Why don't you find somebody interesting after I'm finished with Carol here? Yeah, in this group. Yeah, well, don't go down the road here. Carol.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so happy you're here. You can stay, Jackie.
Please stay.
Okay. Jackie, and the thing is,
I know Carol.
Exactly, and Carol knows you. And
Yes.
this is what all these things are about. We go to the right places. We look for we surround ourselves with teams of people that'll be helpful.
Yes.
Carol,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
you're a coach.
Yes, ma'am.
You're a life coach. You're a business coach. Talk to us. We were just talking about this young lady's balancing between being a female co-owned business with her
Right.
husband, and
Okay.
now I guess opening her own business, another one, as well as
Fantastic.
raising 3 kids. We gotta go.
Bye.
Okay. All right. And raising 3 kids. So talk to me about the ups and downs of life-work balance, because that is still a huge problem, not only for women, but even for men.
I don't know that I believe balance is actually possible.
Okay.
I think it's more about priority. And I tell my clients, you have to fill your cup first, and you give to others from your overflow. So when you're giving, and not prioritizing taking care of you, you get depleted.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you get frustrated, and you get tired, and you get angry. And then people start beating themselves up with this negative self-talk. So mindset mastery is a key thing that I work with my clients. One of the key things from an empowering question perspective, when you're looking around and everything seems to be a mess, what else is possible? And don't try to figure it out, because the universe will honor that and open your awareness. You just keep asking, well, what else is possible? And don't be attached to the outcome.
Wow. That's like I just felt like I went up to some mountain and I was just told, because I'm like in that whole thing right now, I feel like I've got my toes in like 15 different spots and home, and I've got grandkids in 3 different states, and I just always feel like I'm being pushed and pulled in different directions emotionally.
Absolutely.
And
So you ask yourself, how is this serving me? When you're getting ready to do something, is it moving me towards my priorities, or is it taking me away?
Oh, you're telling me I have to know my priorities first.
Yes, because clarity is power.
Oh, well, give our audience, please, your name and how they can reach you if they need some clarity, because I think I'm going to have to give you a call. That's my
Fantastic.
problem. I'm not even sure where I am.
My name is Carol Boston. My phone number is 954-616-9024, or you can email me at carol@carolboston.com.
Carol, thank you so much. Collective Ventures was here talking earlier this morning.
And I missed them. I had an early morning appointment.
I know
shared
you
with I
did.
couldn't
Yes,
get here.
yes. But I'll tell you, Brian really shared the concept, and actually the people in Miramar approached him already and said, let's talk. So
Fantastic.
It would be a wonderful, I'm so excited. I'm just so about, doing all of these different things and getting people the opportunity to network, and has being part of that. And that's the second part of what I wanted to ask.
Okay.
Is being part of Collective Ventures, has that been a help to you?
I would tell you that as a human being, I'm thriving there. And as a business owner, I'm getting mentorship from Brian that I wouldn't have gotten anywhere else. I'm getting introductions to people who are giving me, for example, I'm learning about how money moves in business, things that I didn't know from people that are in there. As a human being, what I learned when he gave me this opportunity is I look at my past as a high school, collegiate, and professional tennis player, and then 25 years successfully in sales in corporate America, and the number one common denominator was I'm an individual contributor who loves being a part of a team. And when I first started out trying to create my business from home, it was very difficult because I loved the structure of corporate America, and I'm a rule follower. And now I have structure that Brian helped create for me. I have a place to go every day. I get people that I get.
Did you go through his startup program or incubator program?
I did not. I came on.
You just went, and he was your mentor, though.
Actually, I met him at the Tower Club at a Mega Mixer. He said, "What do you do?" And I said, "I'm an executive leadership coach." He said, "I need to talk to you." I thought it was because he wanted me to coach his employees.
Yeah.
And he was vetting coaches at the time. He said he vetted 40 coaches. And he was looking, because each one of us that is in there plays a role in helping somebody take something from inception to success.
Yes.
And that's why he's put this one-stop shop together. And I was fortunate that he picked me.
And we were fortunate that we were accepted also. So, Carol, thank you so much for sharing with our audience.
Absolutely. Thank
and,
you.
You and I'll talk.
Absolutely. Thanks again.
I need to clear out. So
I can help you do that.
We'll take a picture. Okay. All right. You're back with Robert here. I'm with my good friend Jose, and we're going to take a picture real quick, and then we'll get right back with you. So, Jose, I saw that you're a sponsor of the event, that you've done some work with us.
Yes, I was called for the opportunity to be sponsoring this event, and I was very comfortable with that.
So, folks, most of you don't realize, I've known Jose now for, it's 6 years now, or just over 6 years. And when I met Jose, it was phenomenal in the aspect that I got the great work done in such a quick time. And we talk about this a lot now because Jose wasn't really active in the community and with the chamber when I came here. And I called him up one day and said, hey, come out, I want to meet you and want to see that you come out to the chamber. He started coming out, and now he is so busy that I have to wait on things for him. But not just because of the chamber, but what Jose has done with himself over the last 6 years, between being involved in Toastmasters and really networking out in the community, you've built your business really almost uncontrollable for you in the aspect that you need more help to get things going.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you, Robert, because you are the person that get me involved in all of this. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be involved in the Chamber of Commerce as I am right now. But also, being part of the Chamber of Commerce, I was invited to a Toastmaster meeting where also I use it as my network too. So Chamber of Commerce and Toastmasters International, my business have bloomed so much that it is almost uncontrollable right now. And I'm afraid actually to grow too much because I'm a small business entrepreneur and I care for the small businesses as well. So, but I really appreciate what you have done, what the Chamber of Commerce has done for me, for my business, my family, and I have the time to help the community as well. And this is one of the examples that I can sponsor an event like this to give back to the community.
Excellent, excellent. You know, it's been great to see Jose come out and do things. And it's so funny because so many people look at you, Jose, now, and they see you. There's only one other person that comes out to everything compared to you, and that's Pierre, who I haven't seen yet today.
Pierre is always with me.
Yeah, usually Pierre's with you all the time. And so both of you guys have been building your business through networking and getting to know people. And it is, you know, everyone I talk to when they say, I work with Jose, what they say is that not that they're just doing business with you, but you're their friend. And I think that's something that goes far.
I even heard that some people use my name to start up a conversation. Oh, I know Jose, and that's how they start. But I'm proud of that too. I mean, it really doesn't bother me. Instead, I mean, that makes me feel very proud because if I humble, they can use my name. For me, it's very good. So I'm very appreciative for what the community and people have done for us and the recognition that we have get through the Chamber of Commerce and Toastmasters International.
Excellent. So what I want you to do now, tell everybody the name of your company and how they can get a hold of you, and then we'll go on.
Very good. My name is Jose Alvarado, and I'm from ADP Printing and Science, and I'm located on Miramar, in Miramar area, Miramar Pembroke Pines area, and my phone number is 954-499-4355. Jose Alvarado, ADP Printing and Science, in the beautiful city of Miramar and Pembroke Pines.
Thank you very much, Jose, and we'll talk to you some more later. Stephanie, what we got up next? Okay.
People have speak to Alan. Oh, so let me.
Business to the other partners and receive business from the other partners, and the idea is
We've got some networking going on here.
because a rising tide raises all ships. That's the idea behind it. Right. I'm going to rise up.
Of course.
So I'm going to steal him for just 1 minute. Alan, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you, Steph?
What do you think of our conference today?
I think it's very exhilarating. I think it's stimulating. I love the panel that you had before. I loved your questioning. I love the answers. I like the mix of big, middle, and smaller businesses. I like the interaction between all four of the panelists.
Hello.
And I like what I'm hearing now from
I think it's time to start again.
Ventures, okay? Yeah.
So we are about ready to go back. So Alan, just tell our listeners who you are and how they can reach you.
I'm Alan Schneider. I have my marketing company, Alan L. Schneider Consultants. Ready? And you can reach me at 954-579-6585 or at alanschneider@hotmail.com. And I look forward to hearing from anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I'm sorry to cut you short, but we're going back to the rest of our panel.
Okay.
accessible.
Oh, that's
There's
nice.
a lot of things that I talked about. I will give one of these to everybody. Maybe if they just give me a business card and send me their email address.
Okay.
And I can get this to them.
That would be awesome. That would be great. You want to announce it?
You can.
Okay.
If you want to.
Okay.
I've got 20 of them in the car, but probably easier if I just get their email address. And just
Okay.
send it.
So you want? How do we? So let's to-do-do.
Or I can just bring the books here. You can have the books available. Say you don't have the books available next week. Come by and pick them up.
Oh, okay, that too. Or I'm thinking, yes, we can either do that, or I'm thinking that maybe we can collect the business cards so you have them too.
Oh, that'd even be better.
Right?
That'd even be better.
So let's do that.
Anybody that wants it.
That wants it. Yes, 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 yes. So we're gonna do that right before lunch, okay? Perfect. No, we're gonna do that. You're saying for the whole day?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna do that in the networking hour. Okay? That's perfect. Okay, awesome. All right, I think Ven. David. Marce, ¿dónde están los? All right, are we ready to start? Where is the microphone? Where are the microphones? Who has our 4 microphones? Let's get ready. We need 4 of them. I need 4 of them. All right, are we ready? Ready or not ready? Here we go. So how's everybody doing? Are you good? Are you having a good time? Yes? Were you able to have some almohábanas? Oh, those are great. You like them? Yeah, I had one. That's a sponsorship of Payat to Go. And do you have some muffins and fruits? And that's a sponsorship of Costco. Right? Have to take advantage of the time when I'm here. What else do I say, right? I want to welcome one of our very, very good friends, Mr. Luis Capon. He's just showed up, president of El Dorado Furniture. We'll have the pleasure to hear him later on. Are we ready? You're always ready. All right, so this is a very, very interesting topic, and we're going to move on with the power of networking. Do you all network?
Yes.
We network all the time. I'm going to introduce you to the team members of our panel. We have Sandy Michael McDonald, Director of the Office of Economic and Small Business Development of Broward County. Welcome, and thank you for being here. Thank you for advertising on social media.
Sure.
Claudia Mosley, co-founder of Merchant Processing Solutions.
That's me.
Which one is Claudia? They look the same.
You lost your mic.
Robert Goltz, President and CEO of the Miramar Pembroke Pines Regional Chamber of Commerce. And Jamilette Strauss, co-founder of Merchant Processing Solutions. Very good. It's a pageant.
And I still don't know who's who.
Right.
That's the best part.
It's great.
All right, so as I said before, the topic of this panel is the power of networking. And before we start our panel, I want each of our panelists to introduce themselves. You have like 2 minutes to introduce each of you. Yeah.
Well, good morning still. Again, as mentioned, my name is Sandy McDonald, and I'm Broward County's Director of the Office of Economic and Small Business Development. My office is responsible for the county on the economic development side of working with the 31 cities, working with businesses in those cities, trying to find ways to attract, retain, and expand business opportunities in Broward through those 31 cities. We also have an international component. This past week, we just finished our 4th annual Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo. And then I have a small business component side of the office, and that's the side where the county has committed to assure that at least 25% of everything that Broward buys, we want to buy with small businesses in Broward. So we try to find a way to make sure that we grow business, sustain business, but more importantly, find ways to put money in the pockets of small business through our small business program. And again, thank you for the invite, and I'm glad to be here today.
Thank you for being here today. All right, go next.
And my name is Claudia Mosley. I am from Bogota, Colombia. I used to be a controller of a merchant services company, kind of like ours. So I know all of the financial side of this industry, very well-vested. And, you know, Merchant Processing Solutions was founded by Yamilet in 2006, and we've been thriving in the community by really educating our clients and giving a reputation, a very good reputation to this industry, which when we started was a little hard. But you know, we work with the community, we work for the community, and my role in the company as well, I'm very supportive of nonprofit organizations locally and international. My passion are children. I have 4 kids. One that graduated from UF already and is doing the master's as a CPA in FIU. So very proud to be here. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you for being here.
I'm Robert Goltz, President and CEO of the Miramar Pembroke Pines Chamber of Commerce, Weston, Florida Chamber of Commerce, and the Pembroke Park Weston Chamber of Commerce, and a lot of other things. Also co-host of the Entrepreneurial Hour, which you get from this great organization every Tuesday from 10:30 to 11. For me, it's about connecting people. And the more people I know, the more people I can connect, the better. And I just want to say one unselfish plug. Most merchant processing services have one person at the helm that has a lot of information. Imagine what these 2 people have. They are two of the brightest women that I know, or actually people that I know out there that take pride in their profession. So I just wanted to throw that out there just because you're on both sides of me. I'm cute
Such a networker, right?
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's an honor being here today. My name is Yamilet Strauss, and I found Merchant Processing Solutions 12 years ago. And the reason I did that is because I wanted it to be the decision maker and make decisions that were important for the community and allow clients to really understand the industry. We're full disclosure, we're for service, we're national. And in 2007, I decided to go directly with the card associations and get registered. And then in the beginning of 2008, I realized that we had an economic recession. So I was very scared because companies like us are set up with minimums. If we do not make those minimums, we have to pay the minimums back to, in this case, was first date at the platform. So what did I do? I had to reach for community. And I became the networking Nazi that I am. Everyone knows me. I'm very involved in chambers and community, different nonprofit organizations. We build business networking with a cause. So there's a lot of things that we have done and take pride for.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Before we continue, I want to acknowledge Mrs. Sandra Agudelo. She is translating into Spanish. Thank you, Sandrita. She keeps translating what I say, but she's there. She's working hard. All right, so let's continue. I have my first question. It's a very simple one. Define networking. And we can start in order.
Oh, so start in order? Yeah. Okay, define networking. Networking, I would say, in a government setting, is your opportunity to introduce yourself as well as to find out about others in a manner that's conducive for long-term opportunity. Networking is that gist of making sure that your impression, your persona, is left with someone. When you take under consideration county contracting, I'll bring primes into the room, the larger contractors, who are winning $30 million contracts. They're required by my office to make sure 25% of that is spent with small business. Networking. 19 small businesses are in line to speak to this one prime. Networking. What is it that you say or that you do to make sure that this prime remembers you? So at the end of the day, networking, just as a sense of contractual opportunity, is definitely that intro to make sure that who you are is remembered by the person that you're giving your information to.
Wonderful, thank you. Continue.
Networking for me is building relationships, and it's really is how you make the people feel about your persona, about your business, your knowledge within your industry, and it's what you say is what you do, and it reflects in every part of how you network in the community. Networking is very, very important in our business. In fact, we build 90% of our business networking. And I know that for us it's probably a little easy because we're identical twins, so people think that we're everywhere, but no. Sometimes I have to hug people and say, I'm not Yami. But, you know, networking for us has been really what set us apart and what really gave us a sense of community leaders.
Thank you, Claudia.
Yeah,
Robert?
for me, networking is pretty basic. It's relationships that bring profits. And those profits could be anything. It could just be the relationship itself. It could be money. It could be intermingling with other people. It could be just happiness. It is that, relationships that bring profits to both entities.
That's nice.
Interesting. So I tell people that, yes, I am a merchant service provider, but really what I do for a living is networking. And I mean that seriously. It is extremely important if you have a business that people understand about the business, but more importantly, that they know you. If you are the leader of that company, you have to put yourself out there. You have to reach community. You have to, I see myself as a servant leader of my community. I'm in the board of directors of many chambers, nonprofit organizations. Like I said, I form Business Networking with a Cause, which is a monthly fundraiser that we dedicate to a different nonprofit every single month, and it happens in Fort Lauderdale. And this is a way, what I tell every single business person and what I can really recommend to you guys is reach out the community. Go to your chambers of commerce. Once you sign with the Merchant of Commerce, the chamber is not going to come to you. You have to go to the chamber. You have to get involved. There is councils, committees, board of directors. There's so many ways to engage. And when you start doing that engagement, then you become community. And then people see you completely different. I have a problem solver mind, so I like to fix issues. I'm a connector. I like to connect people. So I think that one of the most important things when you meet somebody is to ask, who do you want to meet? And that's how you know that you have a big network behind you.
Thank you. My next question. You know that sometimes people in life have different skills, right? Some speak better, some prefer not to speak, some are very good at music, some are not so good at music like me. But how do you, which skills you think, or how do you think that that people in general can take advantage of networking, and how do you develop those networking skills that I can say, Marcela, my sister was here, she's a lot better than me at networking. How can you advise, what can you advise people of developing networking skills? Whoever who wants to answer first.
Well, I think the most important thing is not who you are, but who you know. And you never know when you meet somebody and you create a report that years later you end up doing business with that person. Networking, it's really so vital right now, especially for those people that are in sales, because everything is about relationships. Everything is about creating a rapport with a person, and that's how you build a reputation. So if you're not engaged and if you're not out there, you know, I belong to your BNIs of the world. I belong to, I just started a new Hispanic group in Fort Lauderdale because I think that it's a need in Broward County. So it's just not going to a networking event is not collecting business cards. It's not about how many business cards you got out of that event. As a matter of fact, when I go to a networking event, if you want to have an effective networking event, try to meet 2 people. Because if you do as many events as I do, you're not going to be able to keep connecting with everybody. So do it well. Meet 2 people, go back to your office, send an email, invite them to a one-to-one, have coffee or lunch, and when you go there to see how you can help their business. Don't go there with the selfishness of what you can do for me. And if you opt with that every single meeting that you have, you will see how your business just multiplies.
Thank you.
I would also say confidence. A part of your question was about developing networking skills. It is about the confidence, and confidence can start one or 2 ways in terms of empowering yourself. If it's not you, and we certainly want to eventually make sure that the confidence is in you, you certainly need to be self-assured. But then it has to be your product. At the end of the day, there has to be something that you're comfortable with, and again, I prefer that you're comfortable with you. But if nothing else, allow that skill set, allow that which you know to be that vehicle, to be that tool to get someone to engage with you. But confidence is something that you have to be familiar with, something that has to flow. It has to flow naturally. And again, if you think back to school and when we were children, you normally do better in those things that you have more interest in. So if you're in business and if you believe in your product, if the confidence isn't in yourself, then make it in your product, and that's an easier way to naturally flow and engage with others. So definitely confidence on the side of self as well as product.
Thank you very much for that answer. It's great, and I think it connects with the previous panel where we were talking about doing what you love. And I think if you do what you love, you develop this self-confidence of like, I'm able to speak about education with not fear. But probably I will not be able to speak about, I don't know, accounting, because that's not in my field. So probably it's also liking what you do and to be able to develop this self-confidence.
Yeah, and it's you know what, networking is really connecting with the person on a personal basis. So as I'm here, sitting here and looking around the room, I do a lot of training for networking. I spend a lot of time training individuals because it can be trained. It's not something that's natural for some. Some people are very introverted and they don't want to go out there and see somebody. But let me tell you, most of the people in the room are the same way. I'm here and I'm excited because I'm networking and I want to know you. I also want to know this lady more that I talked to earlier and this gentleman right here. Those 3 people are important to me today. Those are the ones I want to talk to today before we leave, just so I can connect with them. Because the more I connect, and it's not about me telling them about my organization and what I do, it's I want to know what they do. Because for me, that's more important in networking. One thing that you need to know when you meet somebody, the number one topic everybody has that they want to talk about is themselves. And I want to know your story. Because the more I know about your story, the more I know how I can utilize you for my business and my personal life, and how I can connect you with other people that are around me that need you specifically to get a job done or build a relationship with.
It's an excellent approach. Thank you.
It is.
Claudia?
And networking, let me tell you, it is for everybody. Everybody can learn how to network. And I'm telling you because based on my experience, as I mentioned earlier, I'm an accountant. And I used to be in a room just with numbers all the time. And then when we opened Merchant Processing Solutions, I had to be trained to really go out there. Yamilet and Yamilet is the butterfly, she's the social. I'm not. I was more into the books and the numbers. And I had to really learn. It's a skill that you need to learn. And it's a very easy skill once you get confidence with yourself and the knowledge of the product or service that you're selling, that you're providing. And really, I always say work with your heart. There's nothing better than sitting in front of somebody that is telling you what they do or what they sell, and you see that passion, they sell it and they talk about their company. Passion is really what drives a human being to become mediocre or amazing. So passion, and for all of these business owners that have employees, it is so important to keep your employees passionate, to give them appreciation. Because day to day, we have so many things going on in this world and going on into your families that when you go out to work and you don't find appreciation and you don't get passionate, then people become passive. People become not motivated. And one of the best things about networking is how you keeping yourself motivated. And it goes with passion.
Awesome. All right, my next question, it's about what are we trying to communicate when we network? You know that a lot of the times when we go to the Chamber of Commerce, we have like 1 minute to talk. Or when you come to our business breakfast, you have probably 30 seconds to talk. And we have a lot of people that stand up and they do a self-introduction. Hi, my name is Angelica, I'm from Colombia, I'm 39 years old. I am here 20 years ago. And then I don't talk about my business. Right, so I don't leave anything to the audience. What can you advise?
Well, I would tell you that because you need to, before you go out networking, you need to prepare yourself. Yes. The first thing you need to do is create that elevator speech, that 60 seconds or 45 seconds or even 30 seconds and practice it, nail it. Have a specific ask. You will be surprised of how many people know so many people in this town right now. And if you wanted to meet one person and you say, I want to meet the commissioner of Miramar, somebody introduce me, that is so powerful. And another powerful factor, which I practice every day, and this is probably the reason that I generate so many referrals, is understand industries and how they relate with others and who has synergy with. For example, my husband is a real estate litigator. His number one ask is to meet realtors. We meet realtors all the time. One-on-one realty. You will have his introduction at the end of this meeting for sure. You have a family attorney. Family attorney's number one resource of businesses would be the therapist. Why? Because the therapists are the first ones to know that they're going to get divorced. So when you identify the synergy between industries and you learn to connect them, you become a connector. And everybody realizes, my God, you always give the greatest referrals. Because when I sit down and do those one-to-ones, I really want to know what's your force. What is your forte, your niche in your industry, and who do you want to meet? So that when I go back to the different networks, because you see, one organization is not enough. Just belonging to one chamber is not enough. You need to feed the people that you meet in the chambers from other networks, and that's how you start connecting people. That's how you become community. So my word of advice, and this is why it's so important to just meet 2 people, follow up with them, have a one-to-one, understand the synergy of who they're looking for. And then when you go back to your office, take 30 minutes to send that intro. Every single person that have ever received a referral from me, my subject is intro, and they know exactly what that means. So, and it's powerful. Use it. A lot of times we become selfish on, I want a referral, but what are you doing? The more you give, the more you get.
I would say, going back to my one of my original examples when we started, in terms of the pitch, extremely important. In terms of knowing the industry of the person you're attempting to pitch, extremely important. If I just took our example again, and we did this summer program for our janitorial services, and at the end of the day, the prime contractor who has a $30 million contract is going to end up hiring about 4 small businesses for janitorial. But I got about 25 businesses in line. So the idea is that as you get your chance to pitch, and this is only going to be about 90 seconds, 2 minutes max, you don't want to waste your time, even though it's a small business program, reminding them that, hey, I'm in Broward County Small Business Program. Hey, they already know that. That's why you're at the event. You want to make sure you can talk to them and tell them that who you are as a business, how good you do business, how you do your business on time. You want to throw something in that's relevant to them about their business, something you know about their business, and correlate that with then your business. And at the end, you can remind them that you too read the solicitation and you are aware that it's a 30% goal, and you're hoping that they consider you for at least 10% of it. But you must know the industry you're pitching. You must know something about them that correlates with who you are and what you're pitching, and then you must show them the value of them relevant to you, specifically in county contracting.
Thank you, Sandy.
In my experience also, and you will hear from a lot of people know me from the philanthropic work that we do in the community. In fact, I hear so many people say, oh yeah, Claudia, you're the one that helped the children in Colombia. And they don't relate me with the merchant services right away. And I think it's so important, and I think Rique's mentioned it. You would be surprised how many vendors will pick you as a vendor because you give to the community, because you set an example to really reach out to nonprofit organization, and really it's out of your heart to give to the community. So one of the most important things that I also think that is great for networking is the sense of giving that you have. When you networking, it's not how much I can get, but what you can give. That is the most important thing in my perspective.
Thank you, Claudia. Robert?
Yeah, we keep talking about elevator pitches and stuff. Is that your first move? You got to change your elevator pitch. It can't be who you are anymore. It's no longer, hi, I'm Robert Goltz with the Miramar Pembroke Pines Chamber of Commerce. It's, hi, how are you doing? This is what I always say. So I have a consulting firm that I work with out of New York. And so when we go out and talk, the first thing that we say is, hi, I'm Robert Goltz. I make millionaires, because that's what we do. I didn't say what company I was with, but everybody wants to talk to me now. Find what that piece is that you do well, and talk about the success that you have. Don't talk about your business, because they're going to see that on your business card. Your business card is going to tell them exactly what the job title is and everything that you have. Give them a reason to follow up with you, a reason that when they call you afterward, that you're going to pick up the phone, or that they're going to pick up the phone. For me, it's more, I can come into this room and I can meet 50 of you and grab your business cards and have a good time with those. The more important piece for me is I'd much rather meet 5 of you or less and get to spend 15 minutes with you and talk to you. That's a relationship. Today's society is based on relationships. I don't care what the news says about social media and everybody's buying online. Let me tell you, you buy online once you know the product that you like. Once you know the product that you like, then you buy online. If you want a service, that's based on a relationship. And that is key. You can't just do that online anymore. And more people will buy from you if you have relationships with them. In the chamber, I always tell my members, the best thing about being part of the chamber is that you know everybody that you're doing business with. You never want to screw somebody that you're going to see in the same room again. It's about that perfect relationship. I'm going to do better service with people that I see all the time, because I don't want to hurt them and have a bad relationship, because they're going to hurt me in the process of telling other people what my shortfalls are.
And Robert, in Unilatina, we say we do business with our friends.
Absolutely.
So we have a bunch of friends.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, so maybe I can ask you this. Tell me, maybe we answered this already, but I want to be very specific. What are the basic elements of a good networking pitch? Yes, whoever.
For the pitch, okay.
For the pitch. Basic elements for the pitch. I think the pitch is the most important thing when you network. That you're introducing yourself. What are the basic elements? What do you, when I do networking or when we have our breakfasts, I tell our participants, I want to know your name, I want to know your business, and I want to know how can I help you. What do you think is the most important in a pitch?
I think having a simple way to explain what you do is very important. My elevator pitch goes like, hi, my name is Yamilet Strauss for Merchant Processing Solutions. I'm a national credit card processing company. We are a full service, full disclosure. I am a consultant and I'm here to help you. So people understand that I do credit card processing, that I don't come with hidden fees, that I am full disclosure. So those are little words that people pay attention to. So be clear in what you do, be clear in the message that you want to leave the audience with. And you know, just try not to spend 2 minutes or 3 minutes talking, because now instead of engaging people, you're annoying people. If you know that the expected time is 45 seconds or 60 seconds, practice that and meet it, because many times you will have people clapping just so you sit down. So it's extremely important to know, if it's 45 seconds, this is my pitch. If it's 60 seconds, this is it. Don't ever go over it.
Thank you.
I would agree with that. And again, I'll keep it framed if you're engaging in a county contract specifically and you're talking to this vendor. Clear, concise, understand and be able to explain concisely, briefly, your product or service. And you must be able to share with that vendor how what you do aligns with who they are. At the end of the day, they're looking for a partner to do work on a project they're responsible to the county for. And as we've said earlier, if people do business with friends, then they need to know in this 60 or 45 or 90 seconds that I'm gonna be able to look at you like a friend. And a friend would know something about what I do. So if you spent that 60, 90, or 45 seconds just talking about you, and you did not relate that to them at all, you're not my friend. So in pitching a contractor or a prime for our contracts, and we do a lot of meet and greets, by design, I require the big primes to come into a room so that they can meet the small businesses. This is even before pre-bid. This is just a way to try to begin to nurture or develop a relationship. Then understand they know why they're there. You need to know why you're there, so you want to be clear, concise, and explain your business, but align it with who they are. That's the best pitch.
Thank you, sir.
Also, for our industry, it's extremely difficult because in this industry, you know, merchants have gotten hurt with leases and hidden fees and cancellation contracts. So it happens to me a lot that I meet somebody and the first reaction is like, oh, I don't want to meet another merchant services provider. We are not sexy. Well, we are. Our industry
Are you
is
or
not
not?
Why am I here?
It's not a sexy subject to talk about. But when people come to Stephanie, Yamilet, and myself, They realize they're dealing with somebody knowledgeable. And what you said, it applies so good. I know with my eyes closed, every single level of interchange that there are. And interchange is the actual cost of Visa, MasterCard. I know what happens, and it's so important that when you see somebody that has that negative about the industry that you're in, that you can actually give a softer experience, and with not less than 60 seconds, you can turn it around and that person can say, you know what, I want to have a meeting with this lady.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the science of networking. When you meet somebody, the first thing you want to do is extend your hand first. You need to have some body-to-body contact. It works out better for you. So extend your hand, get that shake in, or a touch on the shoulder. From there, you need to engage them. Tell them who you are. Again, I don't talk about my business because they're going to get that with my business card, but I hand them my business card. You have to give them something to follow up with. And the other thing is give them all your attention. So many times I see it at our events all the time. Someone's saying hello to somebody and they're looking over the shoulder, looking for the next fish to come into the pond. I know where some of you guys are on the internet now. Anyway, so you want to do that, and you want to make sure that you ask them for a follow-up. Is it all right for me to call you and set up a meeting with you?
Good point.
Those 4 things done properly will get you start building that relationship right away. Again, it's about them. I can't talk enough about that when I meet people, it's never about me. I need to know you, because until you ask me the question about me, I'm just going to keep asking questions about the person I'm talking to, because I'm going to get you sooner or later to build that relationship.
Awesome. Now I'm going to do something that is not even on my script, but I think it's a good idea. Why don't we show them your pitch? You have 30 seconds each. I need one volunteer who can do time for me with 30 seconds. Stephanie? Okay. So you let me know when. And I want everybody to pay attention to this. This is an example of an elevator pitch. Okay? We're going to show them. I think it's better show them than telling them how to do or what to do, okay? If we show them, we learn by doing too, right? If we show them also, like we have a lot of students that can do a lot better in the next breakfast or in the next event that we go. So, who's going to go first? All right. Can you stand up?
Sure.
All right, okay, so here goes Sandy Michael. All right.
Ready? Good morning.
McDonald, I'm sorry.
My name is Sandy McDonald, and I'm the Director of the Office of Economic and Small Business Development for Broward County. If you happen to be a small business in Broward, if you're interested in participating in over $600 million of procurement every single year, you want to come to my office, you want to know what we can do for you. We're willing to hear you. Come see me.
Sandy, that's awesome. How long did he take?
Actually, about 24 seconds.
24 seconds. Did we get what Sandy does?
Yes.
We totally did, right? Do you want to call?
And how many people want a meeting with him now?
That was my next question, Stephanie. How many of you want to come and see him? You want to, right? Okay. All right. So next we have Claudia.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Mosley from Merchant Processing Solutions. What we really focus in on educating our clients to understand what happens every time they get a payment with a credit card. We actually disclose the cost directly from Visa, MasterCard, and we allow you to consolidate all of your merchant services needs in just one account, because why pay more?
Wow, very nice too. How long? 16 seconds. Do you see that we don't need more than 30 seconds?
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Always get the people connected. My name is Yamilet Strauss, and I represent Merchant Processing Solutions. And what I do is I take the guest out of the equation. I'm sure that if I ask you today, do you know what happens behind your merchant statement? You probably will say no. But if you sit down with me, I will decode it and I'll make you understand every single part of that statement. But more importantly, making sure that you have a solution that is tailored to your business's specific needs. Merchant Processing Solutions, we build relationships, not transactions.
That was awesome too, Jamilet. How long?
I learned from the best.
You did just your 30 seconds. Great.
Seconds. Holy cow. Wow.
All right, here we have the king of networking.
I don't
Let's
know if
see.
I'm going to be able to do this right. You know?
He's nervous. He looks nervous.
This beautiful lady, you see her over here?
Oh, yeah, Carolina.
My
her
name's
name.
Robert Goltz. Nice to meet you. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
My name is Ana Carolina Abreu. I work in Supreme Insurance Group. We do insurance, and we want to be in the open enrollment in just a couple of days. We're ready. If you need something with health insurance, let me know.
Hey, come with me real quick. Where is he? I need to introduce you to somebody because you're an insurance agent, right?
Yes.
Let me give you my card because we're going to talk later. But I know somebody that can use insurance, especially because he's old. And he needs Medicare over here. So let me introduce you to Alan. This is Alan, and he's going to be needing that insurance. I'm going to give you a call back later then, okay?
Nice to meet you.
So two things just happened right there. Both those people owe me something later on. They owe me because in our mind... Yeah, whatever you want to tell the rest of us, Alan. In their mind, when you hand off somebody, we all never want to owe anybody anything. And so by me introducing her to Alan very quickly in that process, if Alan was old, Alan would have said, hey, Robert's thinking about me. I need to think about Robert more. She's like, oh, he really cares about my business. I need to make sure I talk to Robert now. I've made two connections that are very strong now in my networking very quickly. Didn't take me that long. I wouldn't have rushed it that fast typically. It would have been about a 3 to 5 minute deal, but that's that connection aspect.
That's a great example. So, Alan, make sure to call Carolina. All right, did you like that exercise? Did we learn a little bit? I think we did. Thank you very much. That was amazing. All right, let's move on to our next topic. Networking in person, networking and social media. Tell me which is the different, how each of them work. Which one do you think is better?
I think they're both very powerful. I think social media is a beast, and we really need to learn how to work with social media because sometimes it can work against us. I personally use my social media for my philanthropic, promoting my events and keeping them engaged. So many times when I have a one-to-one, I will go live with my one-to-one and allow them to give me that 30-second speech and let us know how we can connect them. That makes them feel good, but it also portrays the type of person that you are online. I'm always trying to portray the connection. I can connect you. I can help you. And I think it's important.
Okay.
Government, we even use social media. So on that side of it, for the networking component, again, I just mentioned we just had over 1,200 participants at our Florida International Trade. Going into the conference, we used a lot of social media. We were able to use the scheduling of social media to make sure we informed people about what was going to take place. For the 2 days of the conference, we used the social media and the networking perspective as the tease. All on Wednesday, we were teasing you about all the wonderful things going on and reminding you still had Wednesday evening, reminding you still can show up and register for Thursday full day. So we use our social media as the tease of networking, but I truly do believe, especially in government contracting, you can share the information, you can let folks know who you are, you can do the tease on the social media. You really want to still try to find the person. You want at some point to do the one-on-one. Yes, when a contract first comes out, send your email. Yes, make sure someone can link to your website. Make sure that they can get your information. But at some point, you want to then get in front of that person, and even if they've never responded, remind them that you called them, that you sent an email, that they're familiar with your website, and then make sure you're sharing again who they are relevant to you. So both, as mentioned, are very powerful, and we recommend to all of our small businesses, use both, but do so wisely. You definitely must be conscious and competent about your framing and your structure. Social media and networking isn't everything. It has to be business driven.
And Sandy, we saw a lot of times you shared our event.
Yes.
And it was on social media, and that was awesome to see other people sharing our event. And here we are doing the face-to-face part. So, thank you.
I think, like they say, both are very important. You always have to be careful what you put online because it always stays there. You have to be careful about your grammar. It's also very important. I personally like more the one-to-ones, the personalized. I really leave the social media for our Google, which is Stephanie Cage, she's amazing, and Yamilet. I use the social media more for, like Yamilet said, the philanthropic side. We do have a blog in our company that Stephanie created, and it's amazing information that you can give to the community about what's going on in our industry. But when it comes to really my networking, I prefer more than one-to-one, but I do realize and acknowledge how important it is, the feeling that you give online about yourself and about your company.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, for me, social media, and just so you know, if anybody wants, it's Bob Goltz at Facebook. Feel free. I'm not ashamed of that, because I'd like to know all of you better. But for me, social media builds the personality of the person. So I meet you the one time, I have that one-on-one, and you come on my Facebook page and you start seeing how I am as a person. I become more real to you. And for me, that's really what it is. I control my own, we all control our own Facebook. We put out there what we want other people to see. My claim to fame to growing as a public speaker and working for many of the other corporations that I do comes from my Facebook page, because I used to just post a quote every day and give a little wise information. And people started eating that up and started asking, hey, would you like to speak here and there? You can control that very easily on the social media, but it's a controlled factor. You can't just throw up on your Facebook, I'm mad at somebody and go crazy with it. That reflects what you do. So for me, social media is a great second aspect to keep a long-term relationship. I meet you today. We talk a little bit and you go, hey, yeah. And I friend you because I really think, hey, he's got something to offer me. Friend you, and then you friend me back. Next thing you know, you start seeing things. Hey, you know what? Robert's connected with people. Look, he's got a picture with the mayor or somebody else. Hey, that's an area that you control, that you can make yourself bigger than life, or you can make yourself mediocre. And when you put that out there, you start building more people. I will go to Publix, and people will come up to me and go, hey, how's your daughters doing? I don't even know you. How do you know my daughters? They're on my Facebook page because I met them at an event like this and said, hey, put me on your Facebook page. And then they call me out of nowhere or send me an email or a Facebook message that they would like me to come to speak or they want to set up a meeting. But I controlled all that. And so for me, it's longevity of a relationship because I can't meet. If all of you guys become my friends today, I won't be able to do one-on-ones with all of you in the next probably 6 months. So my Facebook keeps that relationship going while I'm not there.
Awesome, thank you.
One of the things that I think makes me very selective, believe it or not, I choose my clients a lot of times. And social media, I've noticed and I've seen people from our community complaining about their vendors in social media. That is a huge no-no. There's no need to be negative, especially bashing somebody else's business online. Because that person came to me for business and I did not want to provide business. I mean, I have an excellent record, but that's what you create. You start creating a bad reputation. You think you're doing something to damn the person that done something wrong for you, but you're harming yourself and your business. So I think that it's important to always understand what is the message that you want to leave behind in every aspect of networking. Online, on your website, on your social media, on your email. You know, how you interact towards emails is very important. When you come to these events, those people that are just grabbing business cards, they're just looking to put those cards in a database and blast you with it.
That's not effective networking. That's not creating a really network that is going to work for you. So I would, I'm going to share my networking secret, because I know there's a lot of students in here, and if you adopt this from the beginning, you will become very successful at what you do. The number one thing that I do is build your database. And your database can be as simple as your Outlook. When I come from my business, from networking, and I come back to my office, I write notes in the business cards because I want to make sure that I remember. So I will ask them, oh, you know, I learned they marry. What is your wife's name? And I will write this in the card. I will come back to the office, and I would enter them in my contact database. And on the notes section, I would put the day I met him, if I got the wife or husband's name, and something about them. And you have no idea how powerful that is when that person, and I put this in my phone contacts as well. So when that person calls you, instead of saying, hi, how can I help you? Oh, hi, Robert, how are you? How you doing? Long time no talk, what's going on? And people are like, wow, she's got my number, and that's really effective networking. That's why I only go to meet 2 people, because I really want to get to know person to person, business to business, and grow my business that way. That's something that I would suggest you guys start doing.
Excellent. Thank you. And my next question comes with the new generation. Because right now we're talking, it's very nice to be face-to-face, to see each other, to get to know each other, but my daughter texts me, good night, mama. And I text her back, come on here and give me a kiss. You know? So how do we teach this new generation that they're on social media all the time, they're on Musical.ly all the time, that's how they communicate with their friends. And she comes and tells me, like, these people went and do this, or there was a party in this place, without even talking to her friends. How do we teach the new generation that human contact is still important?
That's a hard topic. Yeah. That's a very hard topic because, you know, this new generation is teaching us how to do business through our technology. And we always wanted to leave with that personal touch. And they don't recognize the personal touch. In fact, they don't want to be seen. You know, the number one first of contact will be a text. You know, right now we're doing advertisement via text because the millennials are only reading text. Yes. So what I do is, because I know that they are all about technology, we'll hit them with technology. Okay. You know, so many times that I've gone live, it's with the millennials that I'm doing it because that's what they're doing. They're teaching me what's effective. You know, so always remember that. And then when you meet a millennial, you know, remind them. Always give them that reminder that the personal touch still matters, and people still want to get to know them for who they are, not through the technology.
Thank you.
Yeah. 100% agree. We do the same even as a county in terms of hiring. At the end of the day, if we're always advancing innovation, if we're embracing technology, and if we know that's where it's going, it's not about fighting that. You reach out, you target, and you engage folks in the manner that they're comfortable. But you certainly have the opportunity to also forge and create lessons. So while I'm engaging you via text, while I'm engaging you via Facebook Live, I can always remind you there will become that day when, because of this engagement, you and I will meet. Are you ready or in a position to be able to personalize that meeting? You've already done the homework. You've engaged in text and talked about everything relevant to business. But at some point to close that deal, that's going to be face-to-face. So I don't go against them because this is what they know. I use exactly what they know, but I remind them, this skill set that you have has gotten you to the point where I'm now ready to meet you. Are you prepared for that meeting? So we want to empower our young folks not to go against what they do. Please become the best you can as a techie.
Right.
Use your Facebook to death. Use your all of your images. Use your Instagram. Use your text messages. But recognize that's going to get you exactly where you're going. And when you get there, will you have the capacity then to look face to face. As Robert said, extend that hand and say what you need to say to close it. Without that, you're texting blind. And that's one of the buzzwords. You're texting blind. And blind isn't the fact that I can text without looking. Blind is the fact that when my texting day is done, or when it's time to turn that texting into real, I never paid attention that I'll have to do this. So we want to empower them to embrace what they do, but recognize that personal piece is still going to come. That's our lesson to millennials. Don't run away from your texting. Don't run away from your innovation and technology. Embrace it. Yeah. But understand it will have to be married to the personal touch.
Absolutely.
That is an excellent point. So I've always done my referrals of introductions via email, but I don't do that with the millennials. I do my introductions via text. So it's a chain text, meet so-and-so, you guys should be together. If you want, I can be there with you and facilitate the meeting. But the text, I mean, you just got to understand your audience. You need to understand who are you trying to engage with and what is the best way for them to do it.
And I think as an adults, sometimes we have to train people what is good, what is bad. And so I'm going to give you a little story about my 18-year-old daughter right now. My 18-year-old daughter, very attractive girl, very attractive girl. I'm not just saying it because I'm her dad. But when she dates, if you have kids right now in that 18 age, dating is very different than it used to be when we went out. Dating was, hey, let's go out to the movies, and we're holding hands, we're having a relationship. My daughter's dating people, and all I ever see her do is text. I have to go, hey, would you guys like to go to the movies? I'll take you to the movies. And I won't even go to the same movie with you, but let's go. And it's so funny because I'll go and I'll pick up her date and her boyfriend will sit, both of them are sitting next to the windows. And I make a joke about it all the time. I go, Lily, this isn't your boyfriend. She goes, yeah, it is, Dad. I said, no, I go, because you're 18 and you're very attractive. He should be next to you holding your hand or something. I should have concerns. Right now, I have no concerns. Not a concern in the world. As a parent, this is a great feeling right now, having my kid both my kids in high school, because I know there's nothing happening. But what I want to have for my children is to understand, and for my colleagues and my coworkers and the people I mentor, that texting and reading is not a relationship. It is about touch and feel. And for us as a society, and you see it going on now, you cannot have a relationship without touch or feel of somebody else. And so we keep going away from that. And what I find when I work with high school students, that when you give that to them, they understand that's different. It's a different feeling to have a relationship with somebody, even in business, if you're spending time with them compared to texting. And so I spend a lot of time when I'm going to the schools going, hey, I'll have kids call me up. Hey, I want to talk to you. I got this meeting. Well, why aren't you talking to your parents? They don't understand me. Well, they don't understand because the parents have stepped back and said, you know what, let them grow up. Because we all want that. But I want my daughter, I want the kids that I work with, all to have the best relationships out there. Best business relationships, best relationships in all. And that takes having a relationship, and that means being able to look at somebody, sit together with them, and put away the electronics.
I completely agree with that. Like I said, I have 4 children. I have a 22-year-old, 19-year-old, 12-year-old, and 11-year-old. And so it's very difficult because our older kids, are more aware of the touch, of the important. As a parent, you really have to get them prepared to still deal with the feeling. How important it is for you to have manners in how you eat. How important it is for you to have an eye contact when somebody's talking to you. And nowadays, because of the technology, my little ones think that the greatest thing in the world is to be YouTubers. And what's a YouTuber? They think they're gonna make hundreds and thousands of dollars by playing games and posting them in YouTube. So we really need to, as parents, also continue to educate our children that technology is very important, but you need to set boundaries and how much and how long are they going to be using that technology. very important to teach them how to have a conversation with somebody. Many of the kids right now don't know how to have a conversation with somebody. They don't know, they don't have manners. And I always tell my children, you have no idea how awful it is for you to go out to a lunch meeting and the person doesn't even know how to cut a piece of meat, how to chew it. I mean, you know, these are things that come from home. And in this generation right now, it's important for us parents to keep the level of technology, you know, with at least at home, manage it.
Force your employees, force your children, everyone to learn about relationship. That's the biggest part of networking. If you want to build a business, you want to be a millionaire, if you can't get the networking relationship down, you will never get there. It's not going to happen. You need other people to buy your products. You need other people to help in your business for it to grow. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to go and start a business, and I wouldn't expect any of my business people to do it, start a business and say, oh, I need an accountant. I'm never going to see him, and I'm going to trust him with every dime I have. But we text every day. I can trust him. It just doesn't work that way. So forcing them, if you want to do something for your kids and for others in your business, and you want to teach them how to make you more profitable, is teaching them how to network. And that it's more than just that card.
Totally agree. Okay, I have time for one question from the audience. Only one. Who's the chosen one?
No question.
My phone number's 2. Sorry, ladies.
All right, let's go there. Jose.
I have a question for Yamilet. She said that her intention is to meet 2 people at a networking event, and obviously she has mastered it. My question to you is, what happens if the meeting like this, you have like 10, 20 people that want to meet? How do you handle that?
That's an excellent question. Okay, so I try to take just 2 cards, but my goal at every networking event is to make sure you ask for mine. So even though I'm taking 2, I'm giving more, but not because I'm giving it. Because the number 1 trick when you go networking is not to give you a card, but to get that person to ask for the card. So yes, I will study the room, and I know I want to know who's in the room, and I want to start a relationship with 2 people, but I'm not going to talk to just these 2 people. So my other goal is how many people are going to ask for my card tonight. And that's how it's effective, because I know that if they have the same principles that I do in networking, I'm going to be contacted back then, and I already have 2 people to contact. So you see how it becomes so busy that it could get out of control if you don't control it. It's important to have a plan, a networking plan, and address it. And so, excellent question.
Thank you, Jamilet, and thank you for the question, Jose. Okay, we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to summarize really quick. Let's see if my notes are good. All right, so for networking is a way to introduce yourself. It's a way to building relationships that bring profit in any kind. Meet at least 2 people. Have self-confidence. Networking is for everyone. Have an elevator pitch. Have a sense of giving. Be clear when networking. Both social media and personal networking are good, and please let's teach our new generation to have human contact. Let's give our panelists a big round of applause. Thank you very much for being here. I was very excited to conduct this panel because we have such great personalities. So thank you again. Right now, we can take some pictures. We're going to go to have lunch, and our lunch today is sponsored by John Smith Subs. And we have a table right there with John Smith. Thank you very much for lunch. And I hope you enjoy it.
Hi, I'm Steph.
What'd you say? Oh.
Tienes mucha energía positiva, tú no tienes, hablas español, ¿no?
Sí, cómo no.
Ah, bueno, tú no tienes miedo de hablar.
No.
Tú tienes, y uno de los miedos más grandes que existe en la humanidad es public speaking, exposure to self. Y yo veo que tú, you go ahead, you gritas, I love that.
Mira, lo más que pueden hacer es echarme fuera.
No.
Y si me echan fuera, ya tengo el día para mí mismo. Voy a tomar un café, comprarme algo.
Typically, it's a...
Negocios y marketing, que tengo un master's degree en market strategy. Y me dijo, estamos buscando, danos tu resumen. Bueno, ya tengo 2 años trabajando con ellos.
¿Pero estuviste en la última conmigo?
No, señor, no, porque creo que empezó, o estaba yo fuera o algo así.
Okay.
Entonces estoy dando unas clases. Ahorita tuve una operación, así que no pude ese semestre. Okay. Pero espero el próximo semestre volver a enseñarnos a muchachos.
Bueno, aquí estamos juntos.
Claro. Exactly. So you are, El Dorado. Oh, I need a recliner. I need to keep your business in mind.
Yes.
And you need to come on our show one day. Thank you, sir. I met your people over there. Tienes gente allá.
It's mis managers.
Oh, qué bueno. Do you think this has been good for them to hear this?
Well, yeah, that's the reason we bring it.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything is learning.
Yes.
You never stop learning.
What did Zig Ziglar say? Sharpen the saw. You don't sharpen the saw, I don't care how long you do it, it gets dull.
Sensei, todo lo que el día que tú creas que lo sabes todo y you stop learning, you die.
Can I interview you for the radio? Okay, just over here for a second. Excuse me, one moment. Okay. Hi. Are we on? Yes? Okay. So don't leave. Luis Capo from El Dorado Furniture. Am I on? Yes, he just said yes. Yeah, my radio man says yes. So, Luis, don't go anywhere, folks. Stay right here. So now you are, ma'am. Who are you?
She's my right-hand person.
Okay.
She's my love. Without her, we're not married, of course. But without her, I'm nothing.
Well, that's a very big compliment. Robert, come on over. So Robert and I have a radio show, and I wanted to this is our listeners now. We have listeners in Colombia and all over the United States. And so we want to talk to you a little bit about are you the owner or the general manager? I'm not sure of your position with El Dorado Furniture. Please tell our audience.
Okay, my presentation going to be a little bit more detailed on the video, but do you know before I answer the question, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
Do you know where El Dorado name comes from? Why? Why is El Dorado?
Well, El Dorado is a place that's a city of gold.
All right.
And so the city of gold probably needed furniture. So maybe there was
I remember correctly, it's a boat that the owners came over.
Okay, so Robert studied, okay? He looked up who this gentleman...
You know what? Their largest store, I believe, is also the one in Pembroke Pines. See, that's why. I was there when they opened. See?
Wow. Now I know why you're my partner. He's so good. He is.
Anyway, my father, my brother, and myself escaped from Cuba 52 years ago in a small boat called El Dorado. And my father said, if we make it alive in Freedom Country, we're going to put a furniture store that's going to be called El Dorado. That's the
You're going to make me cry. That's a terrific story,
Now, after that,
people who listen to this have to remember, we weren't all blessed, being born here in this country with the freedoms, we had to almost die before we got to freedom. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
now, how many stores do you now own?
We are like 14. I'm planning on the way three coming more for the north part of Florida, for Tampa, Orlando. The story is, it's just hardworking, working. My father passed away 9 years ago. My brother and myself, we had 6 brothers. But when you meet me, you meet the best.
Well, that's right?
That's right.
And this is Ella.
Ella.
And she's the right-hand person of Luis.
Of Luis. But they're all,
Is he the best?
well, he's the president.
Oh, he's the president? Oh, then yes, definitely. So you said you brought your managers here to this conference.
Yeah, only 3 because I had to keep the store running.
Oh, really? They closed down the college.
But this is from Kendall, Cutler Bay, and the other is Kendall,
Cutler Bay, and Miguel.
And Miguel, the general manager, the district manager that go all around that. But in the first when we opened 52 years ago, the first year, the first 6 months from opening, we sold $18,000 in 6 months.
Wow, that's a little hard.
Imagine.
50-some thousand years, 52 years ago?
Yes.
18,000 was a boatload of money.
Yeah, but in 6 months.
That boat was gold.
You had to pay. Today, when we finish almost a book right now that we put out the information in a small book. And today, a salesperson can make that in 1 hour and sell that in 1 hour. Take us 180 days, just to see where we are. I mean, that's, I love this. I never have enough words to say thank to the United States for opening the door to this Cuban refugee, and the opportunity. No, we don't looking for money. We was looking for freedom and opportunity.
Well, you are a blessing to our country as well, and you are, you're the reason why it's so hard to talk about immigration. And go ahead, Robert, 'cause I'm going to cry.
Yeah, you're breaking up here. It's so funny because so many people don't take advantage of what we've already been given. Yes. And then I hear it all the time when I'm traveling that people go, oh, America's just too hard. And I look at too hard to have my children start their own business and stuff. And we live in South Florida, and so many businesses are started from people who've moved here from other places with nothing. Came over on a boat, probably hardly any money, if any money, in your pockets. Same thing with our great college, Latina. They came over, had nothing. What did they tell us? 1 bag each. 1 bag each for their entire life when they moved here at the age.
In the one-room hotel room for a year until they
and they're doing great. So Stephanie, I know you're working on exercising and stuff with everything. You want to know a great place to exercise? It's over at El Dorado. That place we've had events there. It takes forever to walk to the end of that place. It is a great place just to go. But even the bigger benefit of going there and walking it is the type of furniture and the quality of furniture that they have. It is phenomenal. And so when they came into Pembroke Pines and I got to hear the story and you see their stores and that, you really go, wow, this is someone who came here and took advantage of being an entrepreneur, starting a business, and building an empire. And that's really what they've done.
Congratulations, Luis. We really appreciate it. And we look forward to your keynote speech this afternoon.
Well, after hear these people, I don't know what I'm going to do.
You're going to do what you do best. Thank you, Luis. Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. Did you want to meet him? Professor Jack?
It was great, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Very much our pleasure. Thank you.
Got somebody else, or are you going to take a break for a minute?
No, we're on the air.
All right. All right. So, are they over there? We're going over to John Smith Lunch, and they're not over there. You know what? We're going to go talk to Panda Express.
Oh, and then Costco's there. These are all the people that have actually sponsored
So-
the events today.
Wow, we got a lot of sponsors. So let's go to Panda Express first. So. So we're talking right now with Panda Express, and they're another one of the sponsors for the event, and we're so happy to have you guys out here. Tell us a little bit about Panda Express and how you guys got into the business.
So yes, hello. Thank you for the invitation. My name is John. I'm from Panda Express. So Panda Express is only one owner. His name is Andrew Chern. He owns over 2,000 pandas around the world. And our focus is on people and our people development. How we develop our people from the beginning. We focus on their values and how can we make them better on the way.
Excellent to hear. So, just lost Stephanie. Okay, there you go. So we're really happy that you're out here and supporting us today. It's a great day. Is there anything that you've taken so far from any of the talking points out there that meant something to you?
Sure did. I was hearing all you guys when you were up there about how we really maintain and get the team that we want for our company, right? And simply all the things that you said are part of all of that, and I want to add the acknowledgement part, how associates feel when they get acknowledged and how they do a better job. They perform better when they are acknowledged as well.
Thank you very much. Jean, you are on Davie. Give us your location.
So I'm 5820 Sterling University Drive. I'm there where the Super Target is. So we have other locations too. We have Miramar, we have Pembroke Pines, we have Brower Mall, we have Hollywood Store too, and North Miami.
Well, listen, all of our listeners out there, make sure you stop in to Panda Express this week and thank them so much for their patronage, because without people like them, we can't have conferences like that. Thank you, Jean, very much. And did you get...
opened up a fortune cookie. Read that for me. It says so much about me.
You have a natural grace, oh my gosh, and great consideration for others.
Could not be more true.
Are you kidding me? This was mine. You ate my cookie, didn't you?
No, that was mine.
Oh my goodness. Well, somebody's trying to schmooze you. Sean, thank you so much. And thank you, our employees. I know that you're here enjoying this and they're all back working hard because you guys are sponsoring our cocktail hour this afternoon. Thank you again. And please, all your management people have been wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You too. Hello? Hi. You are with Inside Miramar. Can you talk to our radio people about what you Inside Miramar?
Sure. It's a magazine that I publish every 45 days, and it's in the mail to 33,000 residents of Miramar. And we have some unbelievable businesses inside of it. We focus on Miramar businesses and Miramar residents. We do a lot of business write-ups, features on businesses. The city's been fantastic and getting the word out with a bunch of ads that are inside, and I'm thrilled with it and getting a lot of businesses to they're calling me and wanting to be in the magazine. That's about it.
So,
Is it on? Is it on? Is it on? I don't know if it's on.
Can you tell me how people can reach you and the value of doing business with your company or with your magazine? Because you've got a lot of competition out there.
So they can. What was happening now is they're reaching me when I'm mailing to not only Miramar residents, I'm also mailing to Miramar businesses. So that 33,000, when I did my postal codes, I made sure that I'm hitting every single business in Miramar from University West. So on average, I'm getting about 10 to 12, 15 calls from business owners that like the magazine, and they're asking me, how do they get in it? What's the process?
So tell people how they get a hold of you.
Well, they can get a hold of me. Best way to get a hold of me, I'm old school, is my cell phone, and also my email, which is ccolville@insidemiramar.com. Is 954-562-7682.
And you're not calling Stephanie, you're calling?
Chris Colville, the publisher of Inside Miramar.
Thank you so much, and good luck, and thank you for supporting this today. We really appreciate it. Thanks again. Well, can I ask you to take a moment from your lunch and just to say hello to the people on our radio show? Yes. Smile. You want me to come back later? Okay. So you are with Miramar, the city of Miramar. Well, please talk to us a little bit about what your table is representing here today.
I'm in the beautiful city of Miramar. I work and live here. And our table is mostly community and economic development, which drives the city more or less. We help the residents and the small businesses with permitting, with everything you can think of. Whatever you need to ask, you come in and you get it. We have a few grants. We have first-time homeowners programs. We have our garden in East Miramar for sustainability planning, and that has won a lot of awards. So we're here for you every day.
Now, you are with the, you are development, and so they've actually, I see here that you can give, a small business can ask for assistance, or small business owners, you can get free business analysis and consulting. So, and this is for Miramar businesses. And if I have a business that I'm just thinking about, can I come and get consultation, or do I have to be an existing business to come speak to you?
If you'd like to move to Miramar, we're always here for you also, because we want everybody to come to Miramar.
Oh, true. I would be in Miramar doing this business, so yeah. But if I have an idea for a business, or I'm thinking about moving to Miramar, I can call the chamber, the Miramar City.
Economic development, you can call anytime, our economic development department, and we're here to help. Well, my phone number is 954-602-3248, or you can call our assistant director, who is our whiz kid, so to speak, of economic development, Richard Hughes, and his number is 954-602-3267.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your lunch.
Yeah, Stephanie, we had them on the air while you were gone. We had Eric Silva and the mayor. And the mayor came and talking about so many great things. Some other great things that go on with also with the economic development in the city of Miramar is that they offer so many incentives for the businesses to start here. One of those incentives is that they pay $150 of the first year membership for the chamber, because we have such a great relationship and they believe in the chamber. But they do so much for their business community. They do trainings. The staff is out walking door to door on a regular basis, seeing what the businesses need. It is a very phenomenal and great to be able to be hosted in their facility today, but also in their city. Now we're talking to one of the big businesses. That business is Costco, and with us is Pamela and Serrano, and we are excited that you guys participate with us. So I'll pass it over to you. Tell us a little bit about Costco, what you do, and some of the things that we can utilize.
Hi, my name is Pamela Serrano. I am the marketing manager for Costco in Pembroke Pines. We are here excited to be in this program with young entrepreneurs that are trying to set up their businesses. Costco does have a lot of services that help small businesses. So they can always go into our website and see all the stuff we offer. Of course, Costco's here to offer the highest quality products at the best available price. So we can help the community and participate in these events that will bring the youth up to do their own businesses. We're really excited to be here.
You know, one of the things I love about Costco is, especially if you are like Jackie and Steven, they own their own business, they have their family life, but they need certain supplies because they have an office. They have 2 offices now, actually. And Jackie was telling me, we have a team of people, and you become part of the team when someone signs up for Costco Business because they can email in, and you guys do the running around the store, and their cart is waiting for them to just, sometimes, all they have to do is pay for it, or it's already been paid, and all they do is come show their ID, and they can walk out with it. Is that true? Tell me about that program.
Yes, we do. We have a program for businesses. There's a minimum you have to spend to be able to do that, but we will have it ready for the store. We do a lot of export, and export members also do that too. You can also go on Costco.com and have it delivered within 24 hours to your business. And they not only do office supplies, but they also do water, snacks, anything that you can use in your office.
I think that's really important for a small business because, again, until that clock changes, there's still only 24 hours in a day. And I still have to sleep. I don't know why, but I still have to. So if I can stop and not have to go and spend, because when you get into Costco, first of all, there's thousands of people. I don't know how you fit them in there. That's number one. Number two, I like everything I see, and I got to taste it all. So a 15-minute visit to Costco usually ends up to be about 2 hours. And what am I not doing during those 2 hours? So I appreciate that business. Robert, what do you think?
You know what's also great about Costco is it's not only about food and things of that nature. Like when a lot of people have misconceptions. They look at buildings, they go, oh, why am I going to pay for a membership to just get food? I can go to the grocery store. Costco is much more than just a grocery store. Just on their table alone, they've got their auto saving program. Henry Rose bought a car and used the program, got thousands of dollars back. And they have so much travel, home improvement, building, all kinds of things. It is a great place to get a membership, and it's not just about, it's almost all your needs that you can get right from one store. And you can get online and they got great staff there. Their staff has always been, every time I've gone there, nice, great partner in the community also. So we're really happy to have you guys as a sponsor for today's event. And I think we're moving over to the next.
So Pamela, would you just please give us your location and how someone can either get in touch with you or the store, the main store?
Okay. I am at the Pembroke Pines Costco. Our phone number at the store is 954-266-3460. You guys can stop by and see us. We would love that, or give us a call. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. Thank you. Really appreciate all you did. Breakfast and part of lunch. Good thing. Thank you.
Well, next we're going to, we were coming over here to John Smith Subs, and I'm a little upset because I was going to get my sub, and then I found Stephanie, and Stephanie's dragging me around, so I can't have my sub yet.
Yes, but you're the folks that made those.
Yep, and that's why I'm excited. But they don't have any subs, but a half-eaten one, and I don't think I'm going to do that. No, I still get I'll get it out there still.
I'll let you go out and go get one.
Okay.
Okay.
So, guys, thank you for sponsoring. Thanks for doing lunch for us today. Tell us a little bit about John Smith Subs, what's going on, and a little bit about why you got into the business.
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity of sponsoring this amazing event with all these amazing speakers. We are so excited to be here. We've had such a good response from the community. We're thrilled to be serving them. Lots of new things. We've been open for over 4 months. We are located west of I-75 on Sheridan Street, right in front of the Sheridan Pembroke Pines Charter High School at the Sheridan Village. And, we offer two things that I want to make sure that everybody takes with them today. We are different from everybody else because our sirloin steak is top quality. I mean, you've had a little bit of a sample of a cold cuts, but really we are famous for over 20 years in the West Palm Beach area for our hot subs. Top quality sirloin steak.
Also, we have the chicken, all the hot grills that we do. Today we only brought cold subs, but we're really strong and really known in West Palm Beach for 30 years for the hot subs.
So I just need to tell you that my husband and I went to first talk to you about this particular sponsorship, and my husband says, oh my gosh, it smells delicious. And it was one of these hot subs. And the lady in front turned to my husband and says, I have been looking for a Ron Smith down here in South Florida for a long time. And finally they have one, because I'm from West Palm, and they have them up there, but they have nothing down here. Thank God they've opened one. And then my husband says, where do you live? And she says, Miami Gardens. So somebody came all the way up there because all she wanted was one, and she bought like 6 subs that day. And she took them and she says, oh, my family's going to be in heaven. So congratulations. You know, we don't know what we don't know. So now that we know you.
Yes. And we offer also, we baked our bread daily. Cookies, oatmeal, chocolate chip, oatmeal and raisin baked daily. Our bread is also baked daily in-house. So fresh fries served to order as well. For those of us that are taking care of a calorie intake, salads are fresh and just lots of choices. Over 41 different choices.
The way she said that. And did she look at us?
No. So we are at the Sheridan Village Plaza, west of I-75 on Sheridan Street, 16606 Sheridan Street, right in front of the Pembroke Pines Charter High School.
And is there a phone number they can call for a takeout or pickup order?
Sure, you can call 954-907-2174 or a local number, which is...
It's 954-534-7600.
All right, well, we're cutting this short because I'm going to go have lunch now.
He's going to go have lunch. I'll keep running, and then I'll do lunch afterwards. We'll see you later. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Everybody is like, I think they're going for seconds. So now I'm going to walk over here, and I'm going to see if I can't find a... Hi, sir. How are you? And you are with? Oh, I know you, David. How are you? Thank you so much. You were on our radio show a couple of months ago. I was out of town, and I have heard nothing but great things. You and Gary complimented each other really well. So what did you think of today's conference so far?
Very informative. Very informative. Oh. Very informative. It was good to hear the other people talking about networking and how to accomplish what you want to do, and business of today being different from business of yesterday. Completely educational as far as what things you should be doing and should not be doing, and how to motivate a team. So far, that's what I've gotten.
So you said you learned about networking, right?
Yes, I'm always learning.
Okay, so why are you sitting at this table by yourself? Yeah.
I don't like to interrupt people when they're eating. Like, it's just one of those. I ate first. Everybody was talking first. I ate, but I will never.
Okay, you promised me now. Okay, yeah, because you know we can't make a habit until we actually start doing it.
Yes. I do exactly what Robert said. I will target 3 or 4 people, and usually I try to target somebody that I know already, and they'll introduce me to other people, and I do the same for others. So.
Excellent. And it's really, I love that idea, you know, of taking someone and introducing, because being a connector is really what it's about. I mean, I don't want to really know you unless, not that I don't, but I'm just saying, yes, I understand it's pay forward, but ultimately, at the end of that light there, it's got to be what's in it for me. It has to be, because if I'm in business, I need to pay my bills, I got to support the family, I've got to do, so I'm going to do these things with the hope and desire that my introducing you to someone else will eventually become full circle. And the only way you can do that is with follow-up, with reinforcement that, you know, hey, I hope that introduction was good, not like, hey, you owe me one. No, I mean, just, and being trustworthy and honest out there. I think that those are the big things, and I know that your company, why don't you tell people what your company does and how they can reach you?
Okay, we're a managed technology service provider. We help small and medium-sized businesses leverage technology to run their business and be better than their competitors. We do that by implementing some technologies that other companies don't use, reduce payroll costs even by using technology instead of people. It's something that is overlooked a lot today, and we pride ourselves in that. Our tagline is implementing technology, increasing efficiency. You can reach us on our website, www.netcomsolutions.net. Or you can call us at 954-668-2400. We're available anytime to go do an assessment and see if we're a fit for what we do, and see if we can help you out.
Well, Well, thank you, David. I really appreciate it. Look forward to talking to you soon. So let me keep going on. Let me find out some of my students here. So let me find out. How are you?
I'm fine. And you keep your name? Ruth Formica.
Ruth, you are a student at Unilatina?
Yes, I am. I'm studying travel and tourism management.
Excellent. And what do you think of our conference today?
It's been nice. Yeah, it's better than the breakfast at Unilatinas. That if you keep doing things like this, we will grow a lot.
Excellent. Thank you. Now, this is one of my active entrepreneurs. So why don't you give everybody your name and the name of your business? And you are a student also here at the college. So go ahead.
Yes, my name is Jana Corrales. I'm a student of the Travel and Tourism Management Associate. And as you said, I have my own business. I'm selling products on Amazon under the business model FBA, Fulfillment by Amazon. And well, I want to develop a travel accessories line to sell on Amazon. And in this moment, in 2 months, I'm going to finish my associate degree. Yay! And well, I'm looking for a good opportunity in the market, in the travel and tourism management field. So, well, if you are looking for a hard worker, a positive person, and resilient person, I will be available. Well, yes, with my email address, could be the GCORRALES, G Corrales, at unilatina.edu. Yes.
So you are going to graduate and you're looking for what they call an internship, okay? What is it? OPT, yes, optional, okay. So we put it out there, and I hope that we find someone either in the group today or whatever. So, but thank you so much. They saw the radio and ran, so. All right. Hello, guys. How are you? I'm sitting at a table with a lot of my students. How are you? How are you? Are you enjoying the conference?
I'm volunteering more time.
Yeah, you think so? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know it has to be of a certain standard, So, what are your takeaways right now? What have you learned most? Just give me one, and we'll pass it around.
What's the question?
What have you learned? Give me one thing you learned so far today that was new.
Okay. How can create a good group for a business, a team business? Yes.
You like those ideas?
Yeah, I like the ideas, and I like too how can have a good presentation in 30 minutes. In 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. My favorite part was when Rick Case, I don't know his name, Stan, he was talking and he was telling us that the sales makes the first sale, but the service makes the second. That resonates in my head. So
yes.
that was my favorite part.
If you do it right the first time, you'll have a loyal raving fan, and that's something people forget.
I learned how can develop your own business, helping with the networking, and it's so interesting.
What did you think about our first speaker, about the collective ventures, the future of business? Are you here for that?
No, I don't. Okay.
Yes. Well, I think in the first speakers has a super great ideas because, as you know, now the new generations don't think about in individualism. We think in community, and how the one guy at the panel was talking, he said like, now the focus of the people is not of our new generation is not money, is engage, is give us possibilities to grow and for a future. So yeah, it was so interesting and amazing how they developed the ideas about taking care of the new generation that they are coming to be the new workers, and the co-working is something that is happening now. So yeah. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, for me, the second part was much interesting because we have I'm doing a public speaking class and we have to do a speech ready. So it got me a nice idea about the technology, how the technology is messing up today's generation, even though the world is coming close to close, but people are getting far and far before technology was not there and the world was too far, but still people were meeting each other. So that's what I learned today. You're most welcome.
Okay. That's it.
Well, she was talking
Oh, do you have a full mouth? You know, right now we're at lunch, and so I love going up to some of my students and going, "What do you think?" And they've got a full mouth. So, are you ready, young lady? All righty.
The cookie are good.
Oh, the cookie. Okay.
Yes, and I'm like the advice about the network. The advice give for I think for Yamilet that when we have collect a card, we write something in the card for remember what is this person and create our personal list of contact. You know, with detail. It's good. I think, oh, it's good because right now I have a lot of cards, but sometimes I don't remember this person. Why? I don't know, and it's important.
And the more you network, the more cards you get, and then you forget. I have to say, I do have a drawer full of cards. Not from this past year. I've changed the way I do business. I only take 2 now because Yamalet said only 2 cards. So I said, okay. But so you're looking to open a new business when you when you finish your degree.
Yes, I opened the company with my husband.
Oh my goodness, we have a new company here. She opened a new company.
Already?
Yeah.
Excellent. What kind of company?
Yeah. It's aircraft maintenance. It's for aircraft maintenance. Yes, for consulting, general advice, inspections.
Oh, hello.
Everything about aircraft maintenance for a small aircraft.
So she would work at like Perry or executive, jet executive up there. And so people would hire her to actually clean. And she and her husband are both jet engineers.
Really?
This woman is she
I would
knows.
not have guessed that just
You know, this little girl over here, she just repairs jet engines, but they can clean them. And she says that people who keep them clean, they get better mileage, they spend less money on repairs. I guess just like your car.
Probably just like your car, just like your body.
What?
If I took better care of my body, I'd be going a lot better.
So when you're ready, we want you to sign up for the chamber and let us help you get promoted, okay?
Absolutely.
All right. So thank you so much.
You're handing it over to me. Excellent. Okay. Folks, again, we're having a great time here at the Entrepreneur Hour Conference. We're at the lunch break right now. And, you know, I said earlier that I was going to meet some people. And so in that process, I said 3 very specific people I wanted to talk to. So they don't even know I'm walking up on them right now, so I just decided that I was going to talk to them because I said I was going to meet these people. So, hi, how are you guys? So are you guys okay with being on the radio? Yes, you are. Perfect. Excellent. So tell me a little bit about yourself.
My name is Carolina Abreu. I am broker in Supreme Insurance Group. It's a family company. We do insurance. Right now we want to start the open enrollment, health insurance.
What brought you to the conference?
My friend Angie, she works in Unilatina, and she introduced me the event and told me about we want to find a lot of people. It's a great place to have networking with everyone and also have the opportunity to know you.
Getting to know me, we all know that's the best part. So you're supposed to. So you just told me you were coming out here to network and meet other people, but now I wasn't here the whole time. I came in around 10 o'clock. But since 10 o'clock, I have to say you've made it easy for me. You three ladies have just been sitting here, not networking with other people.
No, because no. Sometimes I use the event to know everyone. I don't need to really go everyone and tell what I do. Okay. I prefer to know. You be here, learn about everyone, know what are they doing, and maybe if I feel that maybe someone can need our work, or maybe someone needs health insurance in that moment, I want to give a car, you know.
And so how long have you been in your business?
Supreme Insurance is for 6 years.
6 years. So tell my audience the name of your company and how they get in touch with you.
Supreme Insurance Group is a family company. You just can call me if I can give you my phone number is 786-406-3288. We speak Spanish. We also speak English. And we have all insurance, Aetna, Admet, Blue Cross, Molina.
And do you have a business card with you? Folks, she's looking around. I don't know. She's not positive of it, but she is looking around for that.
Hello, how are you? When you're done, stand. Huh? We've got 4 minutes. So.
I'll get him after the next presenter because he's not going anywhere, is he?
You tell me if you want, I can look for it.
She's going to look for it. She doesn't know where it is, but
Yeah.
she's going to find it for us, folks. All right. Excuse me. We'll be back with you later. So, folks, it looks like we're going to be starting the program right back up in a couple minutes. And then we'll bring some more people back to you as we start back up. Okay. So you've heard my ramblings for a little while. We're going to go ahead and get ready to shut down and go back to the normal program. Again, the Entrepreneur Hour, you can catch us every Wednesday at 10:30 to 11:30. The next person up is from El Dorado Furniture. It is Mr. Luis Capo. He is the president, and he is going to give a vivid, a truly great story about how he started. And keep tuned.
I just see people outside. Emilia, are there too many people outside? Yes. Okay. All right. So, our last speaker for the, by the way, thank you for lunch again. Lunch was very, 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 very good. Thank you for your help. And this was a sponsorship of John Smith Subs. As I told you before, when I began this presentation, we have been doing this event for the past 14 years. And there is only one person that has been invited and that has been loyal and faithful to us for the past 14 years. And that is our dear friend, Mr. Luis Capó. So before I call you, we always have this conference, and the whole year, we keep talking about Mr. Capó. The whole year, we keep talking in classes. Remember what Mr. Capó said in his speech. Remember this, whatever we were talking. So you always leave a stamp on our hearts. And I'm very proud and I'm very happy to present Mr. Capó, President of El Dorado Furniture. Thank you for being here. Yes. All right, we're gonna watch the video first. Yes.
Cuando nosotros decidimos salir de Cuba, no fue una decisión de un día para otro, fue una decisión extremadamente difícil. Carlos y yo, que tenemos ya en ese momento 18 y 17 años respectivamente, estamos en la edad militar. No podemos salir legalmente, entonces mi papá tiene que tomar la decisión de salir de Cuba con dos de sus hijos, que éramos Carlos y yo, dejar a la esposa con los niños chiquitos y unos hijos presos. En un bote que si hoy en día a ti te dicen vamos a pescar aquí a la bahía de Miami, tú no sales en él porque es un bote viejo, un bote que estaba hundido, no es una pesquería, era un viaje a otro país, donde morían y siguen muriendo cantidades de personas.
Toughest part actually was when I left my mom and kissed her, not knowing if I'm gonna see her again. So, at the moment you get into the boat and go.
Queríamos llegar a México. Básicamente queríamos llegar a Islas Mujeres. Llegamos a Cozumel, hubo un pequeño desvío de ruta. 2 días, 47 horas. Llegamos entonces a Cozumel y de ahí nos trasladamos a Mérida, Distrito Federal. Había una gente que nos dijeron, mira, en Nogales, que no está muy vigilado, hay una cerca, pero después de 1 milla o 2 millas, ya no hay cerca. Es decir, pasas por ahí y estás en los Estados Unidos. Y eso nos lució maravilloso. After that mile is no fence. Forget about it. That fence never finished.
They jumped the 8-foot fence into the United States. Bound for Miami, they were pulled off a bus, detained, and interrogated by the U.S. Border Patrol for several hours.
I was tough. I say tough interrogation. One by one. Finally, his officer say, I have to be sure you are Cubans, that you are legitimate refugee. Welcome to the United States of America.
We arrived to Miami on a Friday, and Saturday we took the newspaper, looked for a job, and Monday morning we were applying for the job, and we were working already.
Manuel Capó and his sons worked in a furniture factory by day and built their own furniture at night. Their goal? Bringing the rest of the family over.
And in June 27, 1967, my mom and 2 of my brothers came over through the Freedom flights and went straight to the store, and that was the official day of El Dorado Furniture.
Prepárese a ver lo más nuevo, lo último en muebles de las mejores marcas. Prepárese a ver los precios más bajos del mercado, los precios que nadie puede competir.
Nosotros siempre tratamos de ayudar a lo más posible. Y cuando se presenta alguna oportunidad donde se le pueda ayudar al prójimo, vaya, hacemos lo posible por todo.
Of her grandchildren was recently removed from their mother's custody.
And we have one couch in there. That's the only furniture I had.
Since arriving in Miami from Cuba, Marijenis has faced many hardships. Just a few years ago, she and her kids were living in their car.
El Dorado has been celebrating its 50th anniversary by donating furniture to 50 underprivileged families across the area.
When we came from Cuba, we had nothing, you know, so when you see somebody that needs help, it touches you. There's something magical that happens when you give back, and especially in the community that has made us what we are today.
Our customers are a part of our El Dorado Furniture family, and it's important that we show them how much we truly appreciate them, and that's where our VIP events come in. There's hors d'oeuvres, there's entertainment, and there's even a special opportunity for the customers to meet the board of directors and to take a photo opportunity with them. We have special offers as well and discounts for our customers and a free gift per family. This personal touch for our customers is what really sets us apart, and it creates that special experience for our customers, which is what we really aim for. It's our way to say thank you to our customers, and we look forward to the many, many more years we will be staying together here at El Dorado Furniture.
Over the years, El Dorado has become one of the top 50 furniture retailers in the United States. But this was all possible due to the hard work of every single employee in the company. Manuel Capó left a legacy of hard work, honesty, and love for what you do. And today, that legacy lives on. And he always told us, remember, we're all part of the family.
Me siento grande, me siento bien.
I'm happy when I'm here to it.
Ya yo no soy Francisco Martínez, yo soy Francisco Martínez Capó, porque me siento parte de la familia, vamos a decirlo así, con todo respeto.
Nosotros nos sentimos muy orgullosos de nuestra gente que trabaja en El Dorado. Nosotros los admiramos, los queremos y los respetamos. Los empleados son como nuestra familia.
Wow. You know, I saw that video so many times. And I cry every time. So, anyway, thank you for the invitation one more time. I really appreciate and feel very honored to be here sharing with so many smart people. I don't have the opportunity to see everybody, but I see the panel. The panel was spectacular. I learned a lot. I take few notes. But I want to ask you something. Do you know what kind of business we are? at El Dorado? Any answer? Huh? A people business, you got it. Hacen un aplauso para ella. A big hand for her. People think that we are in the furniture business. Furniture can be bought anywhere. What you feel at El Dorado belongs to El Dorado, to each person. We are, and we can never forget that, people, employee and customer, and friend, and supplier, and rep, that's people. Anyway, today, I'm going to try to be in the, I'm going to talk a little bit about teamwork. I'm sure they will have a different word for the teamwork. There's no way you can success alone. You need a team motivator, a team is trained. Anybody here know about soccer? I got here a couple name. James, sorry. James. Always Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo. Okay, that's a great player. But you know what? There's no way they can make it alone. They need a team to success, to be a star. There's no way. That means when we're talking about team, it's real. Do you know who knows here a little bit about baseball? Yes. Yesterday, there's a game 2 of the World Series. That's a very important game. Tomorrow they're resuming in Los Angeles. It's a 7 game. The one who wins 4 take it all. The famous World Series. But you know, I'm sure everybody know about the home run. You know, I play, everybody when we was a kid, I played baseball, everybody want to hit the home run. Oh, the ball, go, that's far. Oh, you know, and people clap. And the Major League, sometimes the coach, the manager, the next turn to the bat belong to a big home run man. And everybody, yes, Joe can, he's gonna. But you know, this is what the manager and the dugout typically do. It's funny. You know what they say? No. I don't know. They giving some instruction to the hitter what we want you to do. And that guy is supposed to be a home run, but now it's another play that they call him bunt. Bunt is you got the bat, going like this, and when the ball comes, you like this. And the ball go tick, 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 tick. Look like a chicken, like he's afraid. No, that's an order because the manager is working for the team. The manager at that moment don't care about you hit a home run. The team need that you touch the ball in order to do some play, advance the player and do confuse the other. You know, no matter if it was good or was bad, that is a team player. When you are a team player, you don't play for yourself. You play for the team. And we can talk about baseball, heat, hockey, anything, and business. When we are in store, we create a team. By the way, I got 3 people that come today. Edgar, you play for Lily, both are manager of the store. Edgar is the Kendall store leader, administrator. Lily is administrator, number one, in Cutler Bay. And Miguelito, we call him Mickey. He's oversee everything that happens around all the store. He's a major. You know what? And every time we talk about teamwork. Edgar is no way can do it without the sale, the delivery people. That's a teamwork. But I want to go for the other side now. The teamwork must be there. No way you can escape that. But we do something that we call personalization. Is that clear? ¿Cómo se diría eso en español? Personalizado. Personalization. What do we mean with that? We create a system. You must create a system. You must have a system. But the customer and the employee, one customer and one employee, are different. They have a different taste, different need, different, and these people must be treated as unique, not as a team right now. You're working in the team, but if this is your team and you do a hell of a job, I'm supposed to come here and say, Claudia, you know, I'm so proud of you. You did it great. And you know, I'm coming here because I'm personalizing. This is one team with 4 heavy members. When we say we want to personalize, and we're talking about, you know, one of the biggest mistakes that, and we did it maybe sometime in business, is do, I'm sure you hear this, one size fits all. You know, if we are in the clothes manufacturing, imagine, you go to the store, one size fits all. The customer that comes through the door in our store, there's no way I can put a one size fits all, because you need what you're looking for is totally different than what you have in mind. Sometimes the people are looking for credit. Sometimes people are looking for exclusivity. Some people want popularity. Sometimes people want the credit. You know, so many different things. You don't supposed to get that one size fits all to that customer. When we, you know, the value and the culture of any company. The value and the culture of the El Dorado is people. Our people, our customer, and every person, we have close to 300 sales associates now. Every time you go to the store, when you say hello, how are you? Thank you for coming today. Okay. From that point on, you're supposed to talk, treat us, follow with that person. I don't want a 1-800 number. If you have any question about the delivery or about the customer service, I know, sorry, that's not my job. I just told you. You have to call 1-800 number, la. No, we're not going to say bad word because Ella don't let me say any bad word. Is that personalized? No. Because the girl or the men who are in the other side of the telephone, they don't know what we see on you. They don't know what we talk about. They don't know how was the baseball with my key. They don't know, and you was talking about a wedding and the networking. You know, when you make an excellent connection, we're talking about individual salesperson with individual customer. That is personalized. Whatever, and we feel so proud that the majority of our sales force have outstanding connection with, I don't want to say customer. At the beginning, when they don't know, maybe client, they can be a customer. After they left and they got this first experience, what are we looking for? Friend. That's when the birthday of the salesperson, he received a phone call from a bunch of customers and say, Mario, yeah, happy birthday, I remember you. And the other way around. And sometimes when they go out dinner together. That's a nice relationship. That's the growing. Remember, I'm not talking about technology. I'm not talking about advertising. I'm talking about human being. Sometimes the big mistake that we can make in any institution, hospital, business, retail, you name it, is substitute the person, the human being, for a machine. Never. We need every technology around. We need every social media. But it's nothing can do this by email. You don't supposed to do this by text. Give me a hug. You don't do that. That's a personalization. It doesn't. And when the people ask me, give me the secret, I don't have any secret. Working very hard, so many hours. Maybe this is a secret. Be nice, smile. It's not easy to train and get aboard people with the same value and culture that we have. When we do an interview, we don't looking for the best salesperson in so-and-so store. When we look at interview, we don't ask him for, I got a graduated Harvard. All that is great. But what we're looking is the value of the person has to be almost in the same level of the value of El Dorado. If you don't have that value, I don't gonna wait. There's no way you can train value. You got it or you don't. When you're gonna say hello to somebody, imagine. Last week I was entering in my office, in the lobby, and I saw a man like this. It's a wedding lobby, and he's supposed to be applying for a job. He's waiting for the interview. I come in with the teacher. I see like that teacher coming from Cuba in the boat, very old. But anyway, I go around. Before I go into the office, I see people sitting there. And I go and say, hi, how are you? And this person said, what are we supposed to expect? Is that the culture and the value of the Dorado? And I'm still talking. Yeah, and you're waiting for? No, I'm waiting for Ella. Oh, really? And you are applying for something? Yeah, but remember, I'm a teacher. How much time do you waiting here? 5 minutes, 7 minutes, I don't know. Okay, good luck. I go inside, I say to Ella, the interview with that guy is over. We want people to treat to all the customers, internal and external, as your family, as we think we doing. I say hello to everybody. I hug everybody. I kiss everybody. I need people to come aboard with the same principle. Because today we're here. We have 14 or 15 stores with a lot of people coming to. I want to be sure I'm safe, I'm happy, I'm confident that today I'm here and all my customers that come into any store are treated in the same way my father showed us to do, with respect, with dignity. He said, nobody can wait more than 3 minutes for interview. Nobody. At least you can come here and say, Mr. Mario, sorry, I'm late. I'm going to be here in 5 more minutes. But that's a human being. That's supposed to have a respect. That's the value and the culture of El Dorado. When we go to the networking, we learn a lot from networking. But sometimes we create two words. We can add it to the panel, to work. In the presentation, that was great. Yes, hi, how are you? My name is da. Excellent. But we're talking about us. And our philosophy is ask, one word, question. Two words. Ask, question. Hi, how are you? That's a question. What do you do? What is your name? That's another question. Every time you ask a question, you close your mouth and wait for the response. I think the ask question open so many doors. I think people, when they get interrogated, you know, too heavy. The tendency to go defensive. What are they going to send me? Well, you know. But when you talk, and I ask you the two questions, ask question, and wait for your answer, typically, that's open the door. But every time you answer a question, I'm going to ask you another question. And when you answer the other question, I'm going to ask the other question. And in a few minutes, we just have a big conversation. I know more about you because you told me everything just with the simple question. I believe too much in the power of the people. I believe too much. I'm going to ask a question to you now. If we got a big camera here right now, a photo, and we get all together, we don't go into that, don't worry. And we take a big picture of the whole group. At the next 5 minutes, everybody going to receive a copy of that photo. Typically, when you see this picture, who you going to look for first? Yourself. You don't care about how many people, how ugly was that. Oh my God, look, I was like this. Oh my God. Look how fat I am. Oh, I expect you destroy that picture. You don't care about, for the first few minutes, you're still looking, watching you. And, you know. Doesn't mean everybody, we have to think about that. What is for me, when you talk, when you think in your life, that's the personalizing. That's the same way. If you can talk to me honesty, for 3 or 4 minutes, I'm going to be sure that maybe I can help you or maybe not. I can recommend to somebody or something, the networking. But the same thing happening with the customer. When the customer comes, you know what the typical in the high 90% of the store, retail store, where you have a salesperson waiting there. What is this guy come, you see the customer coming through the door. What is the first question the salesperson asks? How may I help you? That is the most negative question you can do it. You know what coming after that? Everybody, including me, what we say when that question comes? Just looking. Don't bother me. Get away. Give me my time. That means that's a pressure. No matter if you was smiling, hi, how are you? How may I help you today? Every customer, every human being have a different, too much different. What are you looking for? What your problem are? What your problem are? What is your dream? What you love to do? What you love not to do? It's different. Everybody's different. When you come to the store, you know how many things you can have in your head? Hundreds. They can see your face and say, uh-oh. I just want to look. I don't want to buy today. That's a typical. We create relationship personalized. Please, welcome home. If you need any seat, I'm going to be around. Relax. This is the first time that you come to El Dorado? What is that? The question. First time to come to El Dorado? Yes, first time. Okay. Let's assume, if you don't mind, if you're looking for something, let me show you, let me tell you where the bedroom set up, the leather, the kid room, because this, you see the size of the showroom is huge. If you answer that question, you're going to be in the next 2 minutes frame of the customer, and you can have more relationship. I'm not talking about selling. I'm talking about helping, directed. Try to organize, because for many people, put a living room set with picture, tables, carpet, lamp, accessory. It's very difficult. I don't know what color go with that. In what color I have to eat in my world. These people are training to help you, not for selling. We don't want to sell anybody. We want just to help. But the people in business, I'm going to ask a few questions. I got it right here. I'm moving too much?
No, you're good.
Okay.
We like it. Keep us alive.
Okay. You know, I don't care what kind of business you are. I don't care what institution you are. I want to be sure. I guarantee. I don't have a crystal ball, but I guarantee that you have a ladder up and down. You have a moment when you say, oh my God, shit. Oh, sorry. What are you going to do now? It's a moment in the business life where you have to make some tough decisions. With that in mind, I'm going to, it's like a little game today. I'm going to say a short story about one person to see who is the, we don't have any prize for the winner, maybe a cookie. Okay. This man was fired from the Kansas City Star because he had a lack of imagination and have no good ideas. Anyone who is this? Who was this? Walt Disney. You got it. Who said that? Walt Disney. That means a bunch of people, smart people, saw this man and they said, you are no good. Get out of here. tell you the story about this. After the performance in Nashville, he was told by the concert manager to go back to drive truck and give up singing. Who was this? Elvis Presley. Who said that? You got it. This is her story. He was removed from his high school basketball team because he was too short, like me, to play the game. Who was this? Michael Jordan. You got it. The record company, Capitol Record, stopped the release of their music in the United States. The record company was just not interested in their style of music. They say they make a lot of noise. That's the Beatles, you're right. He says a lot of this. I don't want to. I got two more. But this man was only in third grade elementary school. He got the courage to get a boat and get 2 sons in that boat to come to the United States of America, and leaving behind the wife, 2 or 3 boys. Right? You saw Carlos, my brother, crying there, the way that we escaped him. But the story about this is when we come here, we have no money. For the other hand, we have a family here that sent us $600 in order to get the young defense. And when we come here, I make $124 for hours in the factory, in furniture manufacturing. 124, 125. Carlos and myself, my father worked as a truck delivery man helper. Maybe that's one of the lowest category in the furniture industry. Delivery and helper. He was doing $60 a week, working 70 hours. Finally, my father said, remember, we going to open. He make a promise that if we make it alive, the first furniture store that we're going to open at the United States going to be called El Dorado. But at that moment, we can only survive. My father very soon starting to look for a store, local, to sell furniture. And everybody said, come on, you crazy? We don't have enough money for clothes, for eat. You know. Don't worry. Don't worry. Finally, we got the first store that you saw, the 1967, small store, local there, and we opened that store. You know how many persons come around and say to my father, remember, you don't speak English. You don't know anything about business in the United States. You don't know what credit means. You don't know, and you don't know, and you don't supposed to do it. And my father said, yes, I know. And the rest is history. And the last story I got to tell you, let me see how I say this. I don't want to prepare for this. Like 15, 16 years ago, was a family to arrive to the United States. A couple with daughters. The main name was Julio Alberto Moyano Ferrer. 5 minutes, okay. A couple of years later, they decide to open, a school because they know about, and they got the husband, the head of the family. Very soon he passed away. And now she had to make a decision in conjunction with the daughter. You know how many people go around there? And I'm sure, I don't have the detail, and I'm sorry I get it into the personal life, but this, I think this story should. Imagine being in business together for many years in Colombia and come here with the same motivational, and one of the right-hand man, the head of the family, got called. And now they made the decision to stay here, to get open, to do what they had to do to get where they are right now. I'm going to say in Spanish, me quito el sombrero, because doing with the man and the head of the family is a hell of a job. Doing with you and you two little kids and the two big girls, that is recommended. Congratulations. Okay, I'm going to finish because we got under 3 minutes. I find out this, and I think it was very interesting to share with you. If you are healthy today, how many of you feel healthy today? Yes. You are happy that 1 million people in the world that will not survive this week. I mean, this week, 1 million people in the world, they are not healthy. They're going to die. You are on the other side. If you had a roof over your head, food at home, and shoes on your feet, you are richer than 75 of the people of the world. And sometimes we complain. If you have a bank account, money in your purse or in the pocket, or you have a coin in your piggy bank, you are among the 8% of the world's wealthy people. We are blessed. We don't supposed to be complaining. We're supposed to be happy. We're supposed to be exclusive. Remember, don't stop never your dream. Whatever you decide with passion, with honesty, with hard working, don't let anybody, any situation, any political situation, any whatever is happening, not let anybody take that dream away from you. You are special. We are blessed to be in the best country in the world. The country that gives us so much opportunity. It's to us to take advantage of that opportunity. And say opportunity, no getting food stamp or welfare. No, I don't talking. 1 minute. Thank you. I love this. ¿Qué le puedo decir? Thank you. God bless you. I have a big pleasure to talk to you. Si Dios quiere, why not? Maybe next year I come again. Thank you.
was very nice.
All right, another big applause here for our speaker of today. And now everybody understands what I say, that whenever Mr. Capó comes and gives his speech, everybody wants to come and hug him. Everybody wants to come and be his friend because he's amazing, and that's why he has an amazing company today. Also because this comes from values and from family, so we do feel very identified with that. All right, I think we have come to the end of this conference today. I'd like to, I think I'll do that before I do the speeches. I'd like to thank again our sponsors. This conference will not be possible if we don't have sponsors. Today we had this room, and it was provided by the city of Miramar. We had breakfast, we had lunch, we have donations in cash, we had sponsorships of the bags. We've been seeing a lot of support from the community, and we're very happy to have that. I want to thank everybody for being here, for having participated. We're not done, but I think I will not be able to be on the microphone again. So I want to thank all our members, all our members of our staff members. If they're here, can you please stand up? Staff members who collaborated, who helped with everything. Thank you very much. Student volunteers. Where are my student volunteers? Mohammed, can you get me my student volunteers from outside, please? I want to recognize them, because they have been working all day long to make sure that we have everything on time, that our lunch is on time, and here they are. Come on, Emilia. That's Emilia, Jesus, Carolina, that's Roxana, and Jimena, and Mohammed. Thank you very much. Where's Samir? He left? He left. Okay. All right. So these are student volunteers, and without their help, it would have not been possible. Thank you very much for everything. You can come over here. They can take a picture of you. They've been working hard since 7 in the morning today, making sure that our lunch is ready and that everybody has their badges and everything. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. No. And I want to recognize the person who's behind all of this. That is not me. I'm just do the MC. But that's here, Dr. Moyano. She put everything together. Thank you. Very short speech.
No, thank you. I really thank you so much for, as I was saying before, this event has been possible because of each of you. Each of you for sponsoring the event, and each of you for being here, and just your presence, just the fact that you're here makes such a difference. So thank you so much. Thank you for supporting Unilatina International College. Thank you for believing in us, and just thank you. Thank you.
And now we're going to move to our, how do we call this? Networking hour. So did we learn how to network? We did, right? Okay. So, like we are great networkers, today we are going to present our sponsors. So let me see our diamond sponsors. And we're going to give you 5 minutes for a pitch. And the first person is, I don't know if you picked somebody, but it's somebody from El Dorado Furniture. Miguelin, come over here. Thank you for your sponsorship, El Dorado Furniture, and we're going to have the pleasure to listen to him for 5 minutes. Welcome, Miguel. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. I'm a little nervous. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Lydia and UIC for making this conference available for all of us to learn and to continue to grow as individuals, corporations, and doing so together. I want to talk a little bit about how I began in El Dorado. I knocked on El Dorado's door about 14 years ago, looking for a job in sales, which it was what I knew to do or how to do. El Dorado has a very unique way of looking into each individual and balancing their weaknesses and their strengths. Opportunity came knocking on my door many times. I did well in sales. I was taught how to sell better. I was taught how to connect better with customers. I was taught how to be an instructor. Soon after that, I joined the El Dorado University. Yes, we do have one. And we don't just teach about furniture, we go beyond that. A little time after that, I was sharing my knowledge in various categories of our industry. Then again, opportunity came knocking on the door, and I was given the chance to lead one of the stores, one of the largest stores in El Dorado, which is our Kendall Boulevard. I didn't know what I was really going to do. I had no idea. I had never been at that level of leadership or supervisory, but the heart, the passion, the determination was there, so I joined the venture, and I learned on a daily basis. And this is what we do in El Dorado. We consider our organization a learning organization. We're close to 5 minutes? All right, so I'll cut it short. So soon after, opportunity came again. I was handed the keys of the El Dorado Baby, a new location that we expanded down south in Color Bay. Again, I didn't know how I was going to do it, but the heart and the passion was there. We built an extraordinary team. Actually, I did it by the helping hand here of Liliana Castro. She was my co-leader at that location. And again, El Dorado continued to expand and set new standards. Opportunity came knocking again. And I now lead our supporting effort at a corporate level. So basically, what we do is supervise and provide assistance and help to our decision makers on the stores. And today, I want to introduce two of our administrators, Edgar Ibarra at the Kendall location and Liliana Castro at the Color Bay location. 1 minute. All right, really quick. How do we tie this together? What we learned today is that we don't grow as individuals. Businesses are not successful because of one person, because of one president, because of one CEO, because one bright mind. Yes, this is the vision of the organization, yet for the organization to carry out that vision and to grow tremendously at a fast pace, you need to be able to communicate to all the people in that organization. And the reason why El Dorado today is here for the last 50 years, and we will continue another 50, is because we do something very good. which is know our people and identify their strengths, and collaboratively, we place them on the right positions so we can continue to expand. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Ella. You've been a great guy for me. And Luis. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So El Dorado Furniture, one of our diamond sponsors. Then we have Inside Miramar. And Inside Miramar is another diamond sponsor. And we have our 5-minute pitch. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chris Koval. I have a magazine and publication in Miramar called Inside Miramar. And, you know, it's interesting. I'm listening to everybody today and all the different networking folks, and it really is about relationships. Every day I start my day after we get the girls to school and my wife and I get ready, I get in my car and I'm gonna go knock on businesses, and right on front of their door it says no soliciting. They don't want me coming in, but to me it's come on in, welcome. And the hardest part of what I do when knocking on doors and trying to find a match for my magazine that I mail to most of Miramar is a connection, and seeing if the business owner wants to meet with me and if it makes sense for them to be in advertising and getting their word out to a lot of people so there could be commerce made and that they can see their ad and react, bring in a coupon, whatever it is. So whether I believe in advertising, I believe in marketing, whether it's television commercials that El Dorado does so great with their little doo-doo-doo at the end, or whatever it is, if you have a business or you open up a business and you're proud of it and you're doing well and you can afford it, advertise, let people know you exist. So whether it's a small little publication like mine that I mailed to 33,000 homes in Miramar, or you're doing news on TV every night, let people know you're around, because so many people start businesses and they don't advertise and they don't let people know, and then when they fail and they're gone, and I remember going there and asking him, do you have $400, $500 to be in a magazine? And they didn't, and they didn't do anything, and then you see the place is empty. So I have a wonderful product that I'm very proud of that I started this year. The city's supporting it. There's great content in the magazine, and I hope it grows. And if you get it or you live in Miramar, call me. If you have a business, call me, and just enjoy the content. And thank you so much for the school for inviting me and being a sponsor, and thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you for the advertising all over the city of Miramar. All right, now we're going to invite for 1-minute pitch, one-on-one real estate. This is one of our sponsors, like of forever. Thank you, Jaimito. Let's listen to Jaime with one-on-one real estate.
Thank you, Angelica. Good afternoon. It looks like everybody went for a siesta. Okay, I have only 1 minute. My name is Jaime Flasterstein. I'm the proud broker owner of One-on-One Real Estate. I'm in real estate for 13 years. I was born in Bolivia, lived in Bolivia, Costa Rica, and Israel. Came to the US in 1997 and opened real estate in 2005. And going back to the theme of the company, the mission of my company is to help our clients to educate themselves so they can make wise decisions. If you can all get a book that is very, very little, it's called The Little Black Book of Contacts. It's about networking. And in there, the first 2 pages say only this, and I would like to leave you with that thought, is all things being equal, people like doing business with their friends. All things being not so equal, people like doing business with their friends. So make sure you build those relationships and you build the trust with others, because getting to know people is what's going to help you get the referrals, and you will also feel more comfortable to give those away. So thank you very much also Unilatina for this great conference every single year. I'm very proud to be a friend of yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our dear friend Jaime. Now we're going to call for 1 minute pitch. Mr. Goltz, Robert Goltz, representing various chambers of commerce. Robert, where are you? Welcome.
First of all, I want to thank everybody. Thank you so much. You know, I get the luxury to do a radio show, the Entrepreneurial Hour, at Unilatina, and that's not even the luxury that I really get. I get the luxury of working with a beautiful family, and the only regret that I have in that whole thing is I did not get to meet your husband or your father. And with that, it has been the last, don't even remember how many months we've been doing the show now. Just my honor and privilege to be able to do the show and work with you, wonderful people. And with that, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
¿Cómo están? Buenas tardes. Me llamo Stephanie Cates, soy profesora aquí con Unilatina International College. Me alegra mucho estar con esa familia. Mira, tengo 3 familias. Tengo el mío, que realmente no escogí. I didn't choose my own family. I didn't. I was the oldest of 4. I was the little mama, because of course I bossed everybody around. And you guys know that, right? And then I got adopted by these 2 adorable twins. And I became part of their family. And then doing what I love best, which is my job, I met this family. And as a result, I'm part of their family. So I have a lot of families out here, and that relationship has grown to, I never thought I would be on the radio, but I have been told I have a face for radio. So I love working with Robert, who's now hiding. Hey, the other face of radio over there, you leave me up here. Now the New York comes out. It has been a pleasure, and we hope that the radio podcasts, which can be heard on Unilatina Radio USA, is helping small businesses or people with an idea to go on there and say, I don't know how to get my business incorporated. I don't know how to do my taxes. I don't even know what the first step is in getting insurance. I don't know this or that. And so as a result of that, we, with the cooperation, come here. This is the brainchild with me of the Entrepreneurial Hour. Marcella came to me and said, we've got this radio station. Do you have an idea for it? And you give me a spot, and you tell me I can talk, and I can fill it. And I did it. So, but she is our producer, and she is the person that is the backbone to all of this. So I want everyone to acknowledge you and thank you for what you've done. She organized all of this as far as all of the podcasts and everything else. But again, we are here to help you if you have any ideas. Oh, guess what? We have bookmarks, and we will sign them for you if you'd like.
And just to let you know, Stephanie doesn't know what a minute is.
A minute.
Thank you very much. We enjoy very much every time that the hosts of our show, the Entrepreneurial Hour, come over with a bunch of people and interview, and it seems to be that they have a lot of fun. I get to listen to it from my office, and they all have great shows, so I encourage you to go to our website and listen to the podcast of this important information, because it's all for entrepreneurs. So again, thank you, Robert and Stephanie, for doing this. This is a community service, and you guys are doing amazing, and we enjoy having you in our institution every week. Now we're going to call ADP Printing and Signs for 1 minute pitch. And where is Jose? Jose, thank you for all your help. Look at this beautiful, how do you call this? Step and repeat. Or step and repeat. Or backdrop, okay.
Thank you, Angelina. And thank you, every single one of you, for being here supporting Unilatina. And it's a pleasure and an honor for me here. My name is Jose Alvarado, and I'm with ADP Printing and Signs, located in this beautiful city of Miramar, Pembroke Pines area. I'm also happy to be proud member of the Miramar Pembroke Pines Chamber of Commerce. As they were mentioned earlier, we are here learning how to network and also learning from most experienced entrepreneurs here. And it's an honor for me here today supporting Unilatina. As always, it's a pleasure to get to know a lot of you this morning or these days. But it's a pleasure again. Thank you so much, Unilatina, for giving me the opportunity to be here today. And once again, thank you all of you. Jose Alvarado, ADP Printing and Signs.
Thank you for all your support, Jose. If I'm without script, I get lost. All right, so now we're going to call a representative of the city of Miramar for 1 minute pitch. And again, thank you for the city of thank you to the city of Miramar for all the help and all the patience with us and supporting us all the time. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Richard Hughes. I'm with the Community and Economic Development Department for the City of Miramar. I don't really have a, what were you calling this, a push, or what are you calling a plug? Yeah, I don't really have a plug. I'll just tell you a little bit about our department, and first of all, thanks for coming here and being part of the event. I applaud everybody, the speakers, the students, everybody. We like doing this stuff. We have this facility. It's built for this kind of thing. About our department, real quick, we handle the permitting, the building permitting. We also do planning and zoning. I make that point. We do a few other things too, but those two things are important for the subject matter of today, because if you're a business owner in the city already and you want to expand, or you want to do something involving permitting, or you want to know if you can expand to another location, or if you know somebody who is interested in the city, then they should check with us first to make sure what they want to do, where they want to do it, can be done. So that's one of the things we do. And also, if it can be done where they want to do it, we can walk them through the permitting, because what I've discovered over the years with the city is business owners need to be educated about the process that we have to bring them through, because if they don't know up front, they can overcommit to a location and to a lease situation, and then later on find out maybe they can't do it where they want to do it. So that's sort of my pitch to you, is to say, if you know somebody or yourself want to engage us in terms of doing business here in the city, we're very business friendly, we're very hands-on. I talk to a lot of people. I go out to the community. I go out to, and she's holding a thank you card, so I guess I'm up. But just so you know, I'll end it with that. We're very communicative and interactive with the business owner in the business community. We do face-to-face meetings, small businesses and larger businesses. So I'm Richard Hughes, Community and Economic Development Department, back there where the flowers are. Thanks.
Now it's my pleasure to call Chief Burgess from the Miramar Police Department. We're always very thankful for the police department with all the help.
I just want to say thank you. I got it. 1 minute, Marcela. Welcome to the city of Miramar. As you know, we're the police department here, over 300 members, 200 are police officers. If anything, what we tend to emphasize, our police chief is Chief Williams, and the two things he keeps mentioning to our command staff, which really blends in with entrepreneurial and business, is networking. And he tells us, he demands us to network with the community in community-oriented policing. That whole dynamic, the whole aspect, always look for better practices. What are the best practices? So it doesn't matter whether it's in law enforcement or business aspect, who's doing something better in your type of services? And that's something he demands for us to go in training and find out what other countries are doing in other cities. So it's been a win-win for us to be the 4th largest city and we continue to be in double digit when it comes down to crime numbers. But the most important is, love the conference. Thank you for the invite. Please come back to the safe city of City of Miramar. Beat my 1 minute's up. Okay.
Thank you very much for all the support. Next, we have Costco Wholesale from 1 minute pitch. Costco, and then we're going to get ready for Pajat to go. If they're here, if they're not here, we're going to continue with John Smith Subs. So let's welcome Costco. And thank you for your support and the beautiful breakfast.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Pamela Serrano. I am the marketing manager for Costco here in Pembroke Pines. I've been with Costco for 28 years. After seeing everybody here, we also have a Costco University. All you said is great. Teamwork, teach, teach, teach. When you guys start your business and you hire people, teach them. Costco's policies managers spend 90% of their time teaching, 10% of the time managing. If you do a good job teaching, you don't have to waste your time having to do too much managing because your employees are not doing what they're supposed to do. Also for small businesses, kids that are starting, Costco has a lot of services and a lot of great things that can help you with, save some money and develop your businesses. Please stop by and let us tell you what we can do. And also thank you. It's been a pleasure being here. Learned a lot today with the speakers and other people. Personal relationships, it's a must. That's how we do business. No commercials, no advertisement for Costco. You guys never see that except when we're opening a new store one time before. That's it. So work on your personal relationships. That does the business. Thank you.
John Smith Subs. And let's see, Panda Express is next.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for Unilatina for allowing us the opportunity to sponsor these amazing events. I have a question for you. How did you like your subs today? Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Well, my husband had to leave, but myself, my husband, we're the franchise owners of John Smith Subs. We are located west of I-75, right in front of the Pembroke Pines Charter High School. We have been in the retail business for over 17 years. John Smith Subs has been around for over 30 years in the West Palm Beach area, and they're set expanding through South Florida. And what we prepare for you today is just a little sample of what we do, but really we're famously known for our grilled subs. Our steak subs are, prime quality. Basically, we offer higher quality product, bigger portion, better subs. It's our small family business, and we are thrilled to be serving the Pembroke Pines community. Come and give us a try. It's John Smith Subs. Thank you.
Now we have Panda Express.
Hey, hello, good afternoon, guys. Thank you for the invitation. I'm so glad that we are part of this event. I want to thank the Unilatina family, and I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce. I just want to say something about Panda so that you guys know a little bit of background about Panda. So Panda is one owner, is the Shern family. The Shern family has over 2,000 pandas all around the world. We have pandas in Russia, Thailand, Guam, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, well, you name it, right? We try to be in every place. So this being said, having seen the growth of the company takes deeply, it's very important, the people in the company, the associates. So Panda, our vision is to be the world leader in people development by the year 2020. So we have won a couple of awards right now, but we're not there yet. So we are fully compromised to making that vision happen for the Sharon family. So I just want to give you a thank you. We have food outside. I want to invite you to visit our locations in Miramar, Hollywood, Davie, and Pembroke Pines. Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you, Panda Express, for your sponsorship, and we'll have the pleasure to have your food in a minute. We're going to have a raffle from Sergio's Cuban Kitchen and Bar, and to do that, who's going to help me with the collecting business cards? Is that going to be Laura? Okay, those who want to participate in the raffle, we need business cards. You can collect them in one of those things, maybe, or those, okay. Okay, so maybe you can go around and collect business cards, and in the meantime, I'm going to call somebody from Merchant Processing Solutions, our last sponsor. 1 minute pitch.
Wow, what a great day. What a great opportunity for all of the business owners to take advantage of this important conference. All I can leave you with is I started a company 12 years ago, and I will still say it again. I do not have the marketing power the Bank of America has, but I have the customer service that they lack. So if you guys own a business and you like to review your settings, your rates, as a compliment, there's absolutely no obligation for you to move forward. But I will appreciate the trust and the opportunity. And like I said again, at Merchant Processing Solutions, we believe about building relationships, not transactions. Thank you.
Very good. So I want to, last thing I wanted to say. All right. Mr. Stan Bostic has advised, I need your silence for a little bit more, just 5 more minutes, and then I'll let you go to have a glass of wine. We have this book. It's called Our Customer, Our Friends, What 50 Years in Business Has Taught Rita and Rick Case About Sales, Success, and Community Service. Mr. Stan has said that, like, if you're interested in getting this book, please make sure to provide him with a business card, right? That's what we say. So they get to you with a business card. Okay. So make sure to do that if you want to get this book, okay? I'm going to read the title again. Our Customers, Our Friends. What 50 Years in Business Has Taught Rita and Rick Case About Sales, Success, and Community Service. Do I do this already? Okay. All right, let's see. Mohammed, come over here and help me. Get one card. You close your eyes, and you get one card. And maybe I give you extra credit in the classes. Maybe. I say maybe only. All right, and this is for Edison Quintero. Edison. You can deliver. Where is that? Where is Edison? Right there. All right, Mohammed, another one. Let's mix them. Catalina Sanchez. Yay, you can deliver. And again, these are gift cards from Sergio's Cuban Kitchen and Bar. Right? See? All right, Mohammed, next one. Jaime Flasterstein, 1-on-1 Real Estate. Congratulations, Jaime. Where is he at? And last but not least, okay, Mohammed. Harold Perez. That's it. Thank you, Mohammed. All right, thank you, everybody, for participating in this raffle. To close this event, so what we're going to do next is we're going to have some food from Panda Express and some wine. Yes. But before we do that, we're going to have closing remarks by our president. Before the wine.
I love the wine. Okay? I want to share with you that today is my class of self-empowerment. I think the students are here, and they know that they have a homework, and they have to write a paper about what kind of leadership they see here today. Because there is a chapter in which we learn what kind of leaderships we have, how good are they in each different moment. And examples of leadership we have today, many, and they have to write a paper. Yes? Where are the students? Outside? Okay, I hope they remember. I hope they remember, and I know they are going to remember. But there is an important point that I want to share. When we talk about leadership, now with the research about emotional intelligence, we change knowledge about what leader is the best. It's not the one who knows more. It's not the one who has important knowledge about some field. But the most important is the one who has high emotional intelligence, because they know how to manage difficult moments, they know how to manage people, they know how to connect emotionally. And emotions are the main things that make us humans. We are human beings, and we respond better when we connect with people. And that is the difference. And at Unilatina, we teach that. Mohammed, you know? You learn? And I think this make Unilatina unique and different, because we know that education could be really good in many places, but we go through some kind of understanding how we are as a human, how we work. The reason why Mr. Capot said, you see a picture with many people, and what is the one that you see? Yourself, because we don't know ourselves, because we don't have eyes outside to see ourselves. But it happened only physically. But if you listen your voice in a record, how do you say about your voice? Good or bad? You don't like? Maybe it's ugly. That's me. But if you see a video of you, you see other people and you know that the other people is like they are, because we know them. But if we see ourselves in the video, we see, oh my goodness, my hair, my physical body moving like that. Oh my goodness, that is ugly. We don't love ourselves, and we have to learn how to manage our life with compassion, understanding, and with power, positive, with love. Love is the thing that have higher vibration, higher positive feelings, and make us powerful people, because if we have difficult moments we had when my husband passed away, and I was alone with 4 kids. It was really difficult. But in that moment, you know what I said? How amazing, happy I have been in my life. Because I share my time, 30 years married, with a wise man, lovely. He said at the last minute in your life, if you are with me, all the time, I will be good and happy. And I decided in that moment, don't work anymore, and stay with my husband the whole time. And these two ladies that are here today, they said, don't worry, Mom, stay with Daddy, and we are going to take care of the school, because I was closing the school. I couldn't do both. And they did it. And they were amazing professors. And Marcela asked me, Mom, why we are good professors? We didn't learn how to be a teachers. But they did a great job. And in any moment, we feel sad. We suffer, but we suffer happy. And we had a really beautiful moments. And we had memories. And until today, I think if we have dreams, nothing is impossible. We can do it, everything. We have dreams, and we have love for the dreams. And we love that emotions, and we connect with people in that way. We open doors in the world, and everything are coming. And that is our speech with the students, with professors, with family. And I think today we touch the leadership point that teach us we have to be positive leaderships. We have to discover in each one the positive thing that they have. And leave each one be thyself, but themselves. Because we can change people. We can make everyone improve and be better. And the point is, we have to be better human beings. That's it. And enjoy life and live a happy life. And we are happy people. Thank you very much for being here. I want the applause for my beautiful daughters. That did everything. My David, come here, David, please. I didn't have sons, but David is like a son-in-law. My best friend, he said.
He's like a son-in-law? You're only like one.
Oh, sorry.
So as my brother used to say, let's have wine.
So ready for some wine and Panda Express food?
And I'll die.
And I'll die.
Stan.
Oh, that's why you need them, right? Find out who's or who's.
Stan,
You're like
I want to thank
Angelica.
you so much
You
for
can't
being
see
here.
the-
Rick
you
Case
can't
is such
see it
a
until you see it.
icon
What
in
is
our
this?
community
Oh my
here in
God.
South Florida.
Don't say anything about me because
You know, having you
guys
here
have called me
really,
again.
really
Through
validates
Bynum.
the fact that you honor
Okay, well.
entrepreneurs and small businesses. Can you talk to us a little bit about the commitment that Rick Case has to the business community?
Well, absolutely. On behalf of the Rick Case Automotive Group, Rita and Rick Case, I want to thank Unilatina for having us here for the conference. We are and have been here for a very long time. As I said earlier, if not for community, we would not be here. And our outreach into the community and working through the new Western Florida Chamber of Commerce gives us the ability to do and to continue doing the customer service and the sales and the building of our dealerships throughout Broward County. And platforms like this, Unilatina, and building conferences, talking about entrepreneurship and team building and networking with the companies that came today and others that will, I'm sure, come in the future, will only solidify what we all want to do in the community and making it stronger.
So Stan, if there's a business out there that would like to understand, I know you have already programs with businesses and you offer their employee programs through. Is there a place they can reach out to and talk to someone about a program, maybe for their business with Rick Case?
Yes, absolutely. They can contact me through my email at stanbostic@rickcase.com. Go online at rickcasevip.com where the program is outlined and what it can provide for the community and for the organizations, corporations in the community. Or call me directly on my phone. My number's on my business card at 954-560-7905, and I'd be happy to help anyone that wants to and is sincere about getting into the program do so.
Thank you so much, Stan. You have a wonderful day. And again, thank you for being part of our panel. Your insights into customer service was resonated throughout at least 10 times today when I was speaking to people what they got out of it. And what you said is, they'll buy one car from you, but we don't want the first car. We're looking for the second, third, fourth car, and only through customer service does that happen. That should be our next. Conference, I think.
I look forward to it.
Okay, thank you again. But you've really made an impact today, so thank you for your contribution.
Thank you, Steph.
Okay, take care now.
Bye-bye.
Robert, this has just been so amazing. Do you know how many people when I said what was the thing you most took away? A lot of people took away the thing that Stan said about, I just told that to him. It's not the first car we sell that we care about. It's the second, third, and fourth. And we know that only through customer relationships and customer service will we get that. I think that's an amazing...
Well, I'm just a little concerned because I know they've sold over 4 cars now.
Yes, but not to me.
Not to you.
To me.
Oh, especially to you.
To the same family.
Oh, okay, to the same family.
Right. So
That is a lot of
Dad
cars.
buys a car, and then he says, we're not going to buy from anybody else because I was so blown
That's
away.
that's the key.
I buy one for the wife. And then the kids become 16, 14, whatever the age is
They
here.
get my trash car,
I get
a new
one.
car.
Exactly.
Like that.
I know. Did your daughters hit you up for your car yet?
My daughter doesn't want to drive.
Oh, that's
My
right.
young-
I need
my
to talk
youngest
to her.
does.
Yeah.
My oldest
and
does
she's
not.
She's the 5-year-old, right? That really wants to get behind the wheels.
No, she's 12.
I know. I
She's a
was
little
only
more
teasing.
dangerous and a little
Oh,
nervous.
okay.
You know what, Stephanie? This has been a great day. Great speakers. You know what? I don't know if I have the time to do more. You and I are so stretched out as is. But this was a great, a lot of great people. Yeah. What I would like to see, more students and more business leaders just to connect them. We did have, the room had about over 100 people in it, and it was about 50-50, but so much great information coming through, especially at El Dorado. You don't get the opportunity sometimes to meet these key people who truly have a heart for their business. I don't cry, so I'm a little jealous every now and then when I see somebody breaking down a little bit.
He made me cry.
Well,
At the very end, I know. I told told you I cry at home.
Yeah, you
I
cry.
cry over Lassie. What can I tell you? I was afraid that dog wasn't coming home.
Yeah.
So listen, to the left of me here is a whole group of students from Colombia.
Oh, okay.
They actually came for this event.
Wow.
They go to the Unilatina main headquarters that was first developed
Mhm.
by Lydia and her husband.
Husband.
What, 30 years ago? The very first conference
Yeah,
was
3 years ago.
And these students are all from that school, and they came with their teachers to observe our event, to watch how we did
Wow.
our social media during the event, and how all of us got
Yeah.
put together. It was, this has gone, again, as we say, we're going global. Buddy.
Yep, I hear it. Can you believe it? It's us.
Again, the faces
Yeah,
of radio.
yeah, definitely.
They wouldn't want us on TV, I'll tell you. But anyway, let me see if I can't get one of these people. Come here. Do you speak English? Un poquito. Ven para acá un poquito. Un poquito, un momentito.
He tried.
¿Qué pensaste del programa hoy?
Excelente, realmente me gustó mucho, aprendí mucho, me enriqueció personalmente y profesionalmente. Pienso que desde ahora se puede ver el trabajo desde otra perspectiva, teniendo en cuenta New Working, o sea, me dejó una huella bien grande en el corazón.
He said that just for our Anglo-speaking, Robert, he said that this really opened his eyes to the almost a whole aspect of business that he hadn't really considered, and that is that it was made him more grateful that he was able to hear these people and understand things. Correct? Is that, yeah? I'm sorry, I didn't remember everything you said, but I do know you said that you were grateful that it helped you understand more robust way of how business goes, right? Yes, and team building. Now, you were listening to this whole conference via Spanish on Zoom, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you got a translation on everything.
La traducción fue casi simultáneo, pues faltó un poquitico que la persona se retirara del auditorio porque siempre alcanzaba a ver un poco eco, pero estuvo simultáneo. Pienso que pudimos adquirir la información importante del conversatorio y me voy súper contento.
Bueno, buena suerte estando aquí. ¿Cuándo se regresa?
Ya mañana regresamos para Bogotá.
Bueno, qué buena suerte y buen viaje. Hasta luego. So he was saying that the simultaneous translation was pretty good. A little bit of echo because of the two, but he said that they were able to capture, which I want to thank Sandra from Unilatina, who took it upon herself to actually offer herself as a simultaneous translator between English and Spanish. So if any of you folks out there need someone, we've got quite a few students here that can act in that aspect.
So what we're saying is that anyone that's listening to me in Spanish, I sound like a woman.
That would be correct.
I'm okay with that.
Of course you are. All righty, now I need to find out what's going on with our band here. I promised this gentleman, excuse me. I still am walking around. So you folks are from El Dorado. Why don't you take this for a second? You were the one on the video. Now that weren't you the one talking?
No, but yeah.
She looks alike, yeah.
We call ourselves twins.
Like my twins. Like my twins. So talk to us about El Dorado. We've got listeners that are looking for jobs. Are you in the job market to hire?
We're always hiring. Yes, we are. Yeah. And like Luis mentioned, we are not looking for the best sales associates or the best in each position. We're just looking for individuals that have exactly like the same vision that we have, like the same values and principles, and we get the rest. We teach them to carry out the vision. So that's what we're here for.
Can you add to? So you work for that company?
For 15 years. 15.
That's a lifetime. Okay, I've got kids younger than. No, I don't actually. I've got grandkids younger, but still, that's a long time. You've got to be happy with your.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm very happy. I mean, I'm very happy with the opportunity that the Capel family gave me, because that's one of the things that the date that I was hired, one of my interviewers was Luis.
The president of the company.
Yeah, the president.
You see, so what I'm hearing from you is no matter how big you get, it's really important that the leadership is involved in that hiring process and that the vision is communicated. And I think that that's what's happened. I know what I want, but I don't know. I don't communicate with you, and then all of a sudden I'm over here doing this, and you're over here, and then companies go under so quickly. And one of my main missions of this entrepreneurial hour is to actually help businesses by giving them some tips or pointers or suggestions. Nobody's going to force anybody, but if you find yourself in problems, you can go to our podcast and look up like a topic of web. I don't know how to get my website started. We have a podcast for that. We don't know about merchant services. We got a podcast for that. So what we're trying to do is given our business community the opportunity to understand what the value is of finding a good company and developing a good team. And like you said, hiring good people based on vision and then working a long time. So it's not just hiring, but they must make you feel special. Because if they don't make you feel special, you're gone.
Yeah, correct.
You're going to find somebody else. And it's not, listen, it's not about the money. Maybe it is for some people, but for me, it was all about the loyalty I gave, I wanted back.
Correct.
Eventually, it didn't happen. My company got bought by another company, and they said goodbye to about 700 of us. So for me, it was a different story. I ended up homeless, jobless, because of a takeover. But at the end of the day, someone like yourself, 15 years, and how long have you been with the business? 8 years. I was going to say, you must have been like 5.
No, I was 23, actually.
Oh my goodness, 8.
23, so I feel like I have grown.
Of course.
In the company.
You're a manager of a store now. That is amazing. Look how quickly you moved. And that's one thing that I heard some of the panelists say, that you need to promote. You have to encourage people from within, motivate people, educate them, give them the tools, develop them. And I understand you guys as managers are required to do that training with your people?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. On a daily basis, we have to train people, motivate people. Saturday meetings, we do often every Saturday we do meetings with our sales force. Let me tell you, for me, El Dorado Furniture has been a school. That's like a university, and I have learned a lot of things in El Dorado Furniture.
So in reality, when they say speed of the leader, speed of the pack, this man over here, he's the speed. Well, and his brother too. I understand there's a brother named Carlos. But Luis is really. But Carlos is the president, the CEO? He's the president. Okay. So Luis is the president, and really, is he the vision maker, or is it? Or they all are?
They all have talents.
Yeah.
There are six with different talents. One is good for the decoration, another one is good for the buildings and the beauty of our boulevards.
Yeah, but not a lot of families are built like that. So when you build a team, you have to find people that fill those shoes, right?
Yeah, but one of the things is that every brother has their target. The other one is the one in numbers.
The accountant.
The accountant guy. And the other one buying buildings,
Wow. Well, congratulations. It was an honor. My first time meeting Luis and your group. I was saying recently, I said, Luis, I need a recliner.
Come to my store. Come to my store in Color Bay.
My store is beautiful. It's bigger.
My one is the newest.
And you're.
It's okay.
Look at they're fighting over me.
As you buy in El Dorado, it's fine.
Oh, okay. All right. See, yeah. Okay, Pamela, thank you so much. I'm waiting for Pamela. Thank you so much. What did you think of this event?
I thought it was incredible. The amount of information that the kids would get, even us. You always can learn something new. Yeah. And talking with people that are into the business and doing all these things every day, there's always a good tip, something to learn.
Do you remember Zig Ziglar used to have a chapter, it's called Sharpening the Saw?
Yes.
As we get older, the saw gets dull. Yeah. And I'm a lot older than you, baby. But I'm telling you, that saw gets dull because I do the same. What is insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting. So by listening today, I learned some stuff. And I think that hopefully we can all walk away with implementing a few of these things in our business.
Of course. It was a great event. I was so happy that you guys called me and invited me to be part of it.
It's our pleasure. We'll hit you up
Anytime.
next year, sweetheart. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Remember, go to Costco for all of your business needs and your personal needs.
Exactly.
Thank you. So, have you enjoyed this event?
Oh, absolutely. It's very good. A lot of stuff to learn here. How to network, how to learn from people with experience already. And it's education. Education is the key to succeed in life.
So would you please give our listeners, and thank you so much for doing all of our printing and everything. So would you please give everybody your name, the name of your business, and how they can reach you to get really professional print stuff done?
Definitely. My pleasure. My name is Jose Alvarado from ADP Printing and Signs, located in the beautiful city of Pembroke Pines and Miramar area. And my phone number is 954-499-4355. Call us anytime and we are ready to help you with any project.
And honestly, we gave him some last minute stuff and he did it. Robert, this was the man, wasn't he? That he's always coming up with things. So thank you so much. Let me go ahead and get some other ladies. So what did you think of our event today?
Oh, I think it was marvelous. Totally enjoyed it. I gave the president my business card and I said, make sure I'm on your contact list. I want to I don't want to miss it. It was wonderful.
Oh,
very good. Very informative, educational, and inspiring.
And what
Very-
do you do, please? Tell
Okay, I'm a real estate broker. I'm a preacher, and I do marketing.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, and my name is Halea Hall.
Very nice to meet you.
Very nice meeting you.
Thank you so much for
Thank
attending
you.
today.
Pleasure.
Look forward to the next one. Hi, what did you think of our event
Oh,
today?
fantastic. I had a great time. Learned a lot from each of the panelists and also met a lot of great people. So I'm looking forward to the next one.
Well, we're going to try to get, I keep saying, Robert, we're going to try to get this thing. He says, oh my gosh, it's so much work to do.
I know, but it's
at the
worth
same time,
it.
To hear people like you, what's the one thing you took away that you're going to implement in your business?
Oh, I think the one thing, I think the networking tips. I like the tip that you can actually focus on two people and build that relationship with that person.
That's my Yami girl.
Yes, Yami. Yes,
And
Yami
that's what
was
I do
great.
now. I
Yeah.
used to take all of them and then try to keep up with them. And okay, I wish I could put a little mic, but I got a whole drawer of phones from like a year ago that I still haven't got anything.
Yeah,
right.
you get a big
Thank
stack.
God I run into those people all the time.
Yeah,
So.
you get a big stack of business cards, and you're like, oh my God, I have to send, emails to everybody. But I think if you have two people and you feel like you can connect with them, I think that's a good strategy. So I'll make sure I implement that.
Our audience, your name and what you do.
Yes, my name is Magdala Randolph, and I'm the CEO and founder of Sonetu Consulting. We're an IT consulting company, and we help clients that have issues with IT as far as implementing a system and cloud services, with project management, and a skim of everything. So, 954-282-9313.
Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Oops, excuse me. Okay, so I am going to go over now and speak to Mr. Luis Capo. So I'm coming over to, may I steal him for a moment? I can have you. All right, come on, pull up the car. Luis, you made me cry. You told me that I was passionate. Oh, buddy, if I'm 100% passionate, you're 300% passionate.
Okay. What a nice word,
Well, it's inspiring. You're inspiring, and you inspired me. You inspired me to look at my life and go, I was born with a silver spoon compared to what you went through. And for me to sit and whine and cry about my lot in life, I have nothing to say but congratulations. You've done a great job.
Thank you.
So you're on the radio now with our listeners in Colombia as well as the United States. They heard, and they're going to see on YouTube, your great speech or talk. What one thing would you tell our audience that if they're thinking of a business or have a small business and they're doing the ups and downs that we talked about, what would you tell them?
Number one, prepare. You have to be sure that what you're going to do, what you're doing, is what you like it. It's not about money. It's about pride. The money comes by itself. That's coming later. But you don't supposed to think about just money at this moment. When you start in the business, you have to put everything. Forget it, just the green. Just put your passion. Make a lot of investigation about your product or your service or whatever you're gonna do. Be sure, and ask people what is they looking for. What is don't get only because you're reading in the magazine, you get a product because somebody told you. The best survey is when you go out there and ask the people, what do you like it? What do you don't like it? What do you think? Let's say a restaurant. How big do you want the restaurant? How small? How what kind of, ask. And based on that, you put your talent, you put your passion, you put in the business. And definitely, of course, you have to be ready to sacrifice. It's no 6 months and I go on vacation because I'm too tired. Sometimes this have to sacrifice. I got a piece of paper there. I don't have the time because they put me 5 minutes. But it's very scary about small business, the life. If you go to Google, they're going to find out. In the first 2 years of the new business, more than 30-something% closed. And in 5 years, between 55 and 75% is going. 5 years. What they do to happen, or what they don't do.
And that's why we had started that radio show. We wanted a resource that small businesses or people thinking about a job could listen to these things from people who are doing security, who opened a business, who do merchant services, who do networking through the chamber, who do every business in here. How can I go and find out what does it take to get my business incorporated? What kind of attorney do I need? What team do I need to put together? Because you're right. They think it's like, you know what most people do, Luis? They create a job, not a business.
Not a business.
Oh, I hate my boss, so I'm going to quit.
Yeah, I'm going to quit. I'm going to my own
I
business.
can do it better than he can.
Yeah.
And all they did is create a job. And guess what? The boss owned the job 24/7. You think you're just an employee and you're going to only own it 8 hours a day.
You got
That's
it.
not going to happen.
Yeah, it's a totally different, when you are the owner, because, it's 24/7. You got it.
Exactly.
You say it perfectly right. And if you don't have that mentality,
right.
You don't have, look, in the business card, in my business card, I give it to you, right? In my business card, I got a 2 phone number. The more brilliant is my cell phone. And 24/7. And I give the same, I give the number to everybody and 24/7. I mean, I give it to the customer. I give it to the more than 1,000 employees that we have right now. Everybody has my cell phone. If you have a situation, anytime, any moment.
I don't even want to give my kids my cell phone. No, it's not true.
No, but the problem is, when I share this with people in business, they say,
You're crazy.
you crazy. Somebody going to call you at 3 o'clock in the morning and say, I got a broken chair. He said, I don't care. I don't care. It's better to call me than go to the media or go to the social media with the complaint. I want to know. And I'm going to ask some questions about, don't worry, and I take care. But you know what? The majority of the phone call that I receive is people who are going to buy furniture. Good. The other?
Sorry for the interruption, guys. Good seeing you.
Thank you for the support.
Bye, sweetie.
And the other is to congratulate me and send me happy birthday or Merry Christmas or, in the WhatsApp, blah, blah, blah. I don't, almost every 1,000 phone call I get, maybe one is complaining with the employee, I got this, I got that.
And why do you think that? Because you said it. You said, well, actually Stan from Rick Case Honda said, he says, it's not the first piece of furniture you sell, it's the second and the third
second.
and the fourth.
We live from that.
Because you can always sell one.
Yeah.
But if you didn't do a good job, you're
Yes.
not going to sell a second
Yeah.
one. And so you obviously are doing the right customer service.
That's with the personalization.
Yes, you're right.
I don't want to, the 1-800 number is a many furniture store. No, I'm sorry. That's the salesperson, and that's the orders from the manager. You only sell. And you know, that means you are my customer. I treat you like a queen. And now you got a situation. I have to say, no.
I don't do that. Yeah, I know.
Go to the no. That's not fair. That's not for the second and third and fourth.
So you're a very big operation. You have over 1,000 employees. I want to applaud you for something that I know you know, but I'm going to let the people know. You lead. Your leadership style is from down up. You find out what your clients want, what your customers need and want, and then you hear it from your employees, the ones that are directly having relationships. What do they want? Why did they complain? What was the problem? What can we do better? And you get suggestions. Management then brings that up, and then you implement and down. I worked for a company that was a Fortune 1000 company, and we got 100 of these machines, we need to sell them. They didn't care whether if you didn't sell one of those, you didn't get commission. And so I think today's businesses need to look differently. They need to look at who's feeding them.
Yes.
And then make sure that those people are happy. And I got to tell you, this is exactly the way I met Claudia and Yamilet. They were exactly that way. It was all about, if the customer isn't winning, we're not winning. So it's a win-win. And I loved it, and we became partners.
But you know, it's sometimes for the song executive, it's shorter, faster. Forget about it. We have enough, you know, arrogance. Okay, let me, I'm going to give you some secret.
Oh, you know you're on the radio.
Yes, it's a secret.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, for 3 years, we make a pause, and we're gonna do it again. What I'm gonna tell you now. We do a President Day. It's not a sell. President Day is we, the board, my brothers, they're gonna invite 3 or 4 persons once a week for lunch. And you're gonna be president that day. You're gonna sit in there, you're gonna be president, and the question typically we ask, it's the same question. Please, at the beginning, the people are afraid. I am afraid to talk about something I don't like.
Now, these are your employees.
My employee.
Okay.
My
I thought maybe I had a chance to finally be a president. Okay, no.
You said, okay, different department can be a cell, housekeeper,
right,
driver, whatever. And they sitting, you know, we have a table like a 10. We have 3 or 4 employees, and the rest are executive. We. And the question is, if you are the president of the El Dorado Furniture, I want you to tell me one thing that we should change.
Wow.
Well, you don't like it.
And do they tell you?
At the beginning, well, everything is okay. No, everything is okay. No, please. Think about it and go for the next. Yeah. And some people start talking. And when you start talking, you that was hesitate to answer, say, I remember now.
I remember
and
that, yeah.
I ask for 1, they tell me 10.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
And out of 10, they 5 is, I love this is a great man, this is a great salesperson, this can be a manager, I recommend it. You know, there's a positive, it's not only for negative. But give me some suggestion, and this is going to be strictly private. That means some manager, some supervisor don't treat you good.
Yeah.
We want to know. Sometimes people are afraid. Okay, this is going to be right here.
Yeah.
Nobody going to know. We're going to.
That's brave. That's very brave of you, because, you know, but it also shows the type of caring you have. Like I said, I told him his organization is bottom up. When I first met you, you said to me, if the customer isn't happy, we change it. If they're not winning, if this doesn't make sense, we don't do it. And I'm like, oh my God, what a concept. What a concept. What a concept, you know? And they'll tell you they have like 93% of their customers since 2006, just like you. Yeah. It's not the first piece of furniture, it's the 20th that you sell to their kids and their kids' kids. Yeah.
And the only, for us, the only way that we got besides the advertising, all the media, social media, we have a 75% of our sales are repeat customers.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Well, that's like our 90% of referrals because of merchant services. So, yeah, we
that,
don't go out.
That means we spend a lot of money in advertising. We spend, but the heavy.
My husband saw the panelists yesterday, and he saw your name. He's like, better tell him that we go there for the cookies.
Cookies. You have ice cream with that? I'll be there tomorrow.
No, and because when we bought the house, many years ago, we used to love going to the showroom that you have in Pembroke Pines, in Flamingo.
That's huge, isn't it?
Huge store. But the quality, what you differentiate from everybody else is the diversity, the different types of styles. And like you said, when we go in, my husband is the first one to don't want a salesman on top of him. And we love the fact that when we go there, it's more, you feel more like in a mall, And then somebody comes to you and say, if you would like me to tell you where are the different style, different rooms that you're looking for, I'll be more than glad. My name is so-and-so, and I'll let you, feel free. That when you were saying that, I was remembering being in your stores, and it's so right.
That's what we're trying to accomplish in every store. It's very difficult because with 300 people, and we cherry pick every time we want to put somebody taking care of you. I'm going to tell you another secret.
Okay. This is the second one now.
Yeah. The third one is cost money. Okay. We create, like 10 years ago, events that's calling VIP. But the majority of the person think when I talk about the VIP is what any department store do. Well, this is VIP sale, 30%, 40% discount. No. Our VIP is real VIP. It's once a year in each store, the birthday of the Pembroke Pine. It's already a designated day of the year. And everything is worked with each salesperson. Let's say we have here 35 salesperson. Every salesperson is no advertising. You have responsibility to call to your best customer. You can call 20, 30, 40, 50, any amount, and invite that day for 3 hours. You're going to have food, ice cream, cookie, music, gift, no sell. And of course, on the most important part, you're going to take a picture with the president.
Which we need to do. Where's your sister? We need to get a picture of you before you leave.
Yes, I want a picture.
Well, Luis, I have to cut it short.
Yeah.
Radio guy
Okay.
needs to-
Okay.
But listen, you have been an inspiration. I told you made me cry. This one too. But you have
Thank
such
you.
passion, and that passion, like I said, it just trickles down from the top to
I
the
learned
bottom.
From you. I learned from you.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you.
We want a picture with the president.
Yeah. I know. I wanted this guy. This guy's important.